The time for speeches is done. The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all.
The best album Metallica ever made. Easily. All right, here we go. You animals wanted this show. Don't worry, we're going to get into some meat and potato subjects today, too. I think I got myself into a little bit of trouble with hot water. If you're looking for hot water, I can help you find it. We are in the house, Las Vegas, Nevada, the Rational Mill. The one show Louis Theroux is afraid of. The one show Ben Shapiro is afraid of. The one show Matt Walsh is afraid of. The one show Rob Henderson is afraid of. And Chris Williamson is shitting his pants over. Welcome to the shit show. And I cannot wait for my surgery on Tuesday. All right, here we go. Hit it. Take that out of there.
You don't have to go through life feeling alone. Come to church with us. It's a place where you can build real friendships and feel of God's love. Click below and we'll help you get there and feel right at home.
Church this Sunday and not feel alone? We'll save you a seat. Come sit with us and we'll help you find friends, family, and fellowship.
Click below and missionaries like us will reach out to you and help you find your nearest service.
See you soon!
Christian single struggling to land high-quality dates?
If so, then DM us the word dating and we will send you a video on our complete process to attract your kingdom spouse.
Change doesn't come to those who wait. If you're watching this and want a better, happier life, listen up. Jesus Christ can help you change your life. He'll give you the strength and peace you need to overcome anything. Come to church and get the blessings from Him. Fill out the link below, and missionaries like me will come to church with you.
Like me.
She's not a Christian!
Are you guys noticing a pattern here? Because I'm seeing a new ad campaign developing. Whoever could they be appealing to, Kyle?
Husband's sperm is in my wife, and they're making a child.
This is my first baby mama, this is my second baby mama, and that's hopefully my third baby mama.
Josh lives in a pretty unconventional household. He has 3 wives, and all 4 of them share one massive bed. To make sure every wife has a chance to get pregnant, they've even set up a strict rotation schedule for quality time with Josh. The house features a dedicated intimacy suite, and sometimes Josh even draws straws to pick his partner for the night, just to keep things exciting. It didn't start out this way, though. Josh used to live a traditional monogamous life. After divorcing his first wife, Jennifer, he married Danielle. Meanwhile, Jennifer moved on and married her female partner, Chantel. Since Jennifer and Chantel couldn't have biological children on their own, they turned to Josh for help. He was hesitant at first, but after giving it a try, he grew to love the arrangement. Once Chantel got pregnant, they all decided to move in together to create a 3 moms, 1 dad family dynamic. But it's not always sunshine and roses. Chantel gets jealous when Jennifer and Josh get too close, and Danielle sometimes feels uneasy about Jennifer overstepping. But whenever someone feels left out, they sit down and talk it out immediately. So what other challenges do you think a family like this might face?
I feel like I just took a bath in battery acid.
Well, there's a Manosphere that Louis Theroux missed. Yeah, I can't imagine why.
You're literally the worst parent I've ever seen. That's so fucked up. And she's in this state and you're out here cheating on your husband. Yes, you are. You're disgusting. I don't know why you would do that. You're literally the most evil parent I've ever seen. Get her water and sit her down.
Okay, so that is Clav. Clav is now outing like women who are like overtly, blatantly, like publicly cheating on their boyfriends and their husbands. I believe it's a spring break now in Miami, and you can't make me like Clav any more than I do right now. After this, I'll explain to you why later on. But like back in the past, there's certain content creators who I will not name, but I actually suggested they go and do something almost identical to what he's doing right now. And he's doing it. Good on him. Anybody seen this?
Make yourself look like an idiot every single day when your wife is at home posting pictures that you're out and she wants to get used like a toy by a big black man who is cleaning her car. Is that why you have a problem with me? Is that why you're pushing this homophobic narrative? Because I'm the big black man that shagged your wife while you are on holiday. Okay? We can all have a push and a shove, sir. Let's go back to talking about the documentary and less of the homophobia.
Do you know what? Here's what I think about you. I watched the documentary. I think you're a fucking idiot. I think you're a sexist, misogynist, homophobic twerp who got exposed in a global way by Netflix, by Louis Theroux, for what you are. You're a little half-wit, and you'll make your little followers
don't get rattled.
a little laugh
Don't get
and everything
rattled.
else. But I don't see any point wasting. There's no point me wasting my time talking to you. Is there? What's the point?
Exactly. No, do you know what? Let's chill it down then, because what I just said, there's 50 more things that we can have a stupid back and forth and try and one up each other.
Care. I don't
just
care
talk
about
to
your
me
silly
normally.
insults.
Talk to me normally. Talk to me normally.
I don't care about your silly insults.
But what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean you don't care? What I said is fact. I have a picture of it. I can flip it around and show you right now.
How does he sound like the rational one in all of this? That's what kills me. It's like, I know that Louis Theroux put him in the worst light he possibly could have. And again, like, I don't think HS Tiki Taki is even in the Manosphere, quite honestly. But like, he sounds like he's the one that's in control here. Like, this is a textbook example of how to deconstruct somebody by provoking an emotional response.
I care less about your silly little insults. It's like a 2-year-old. Why would I care?
A 2-year-old. A 2-year-old. Listen, sir, I don't know why you come on and you talk like you're holier than thou. As soon as you're away,
all right,
who's this? Applications are open.
All right, let's just
that's your ting, bro. That's your girl.
Let's end this, please.
Cooked.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Sorry, guys. It's pointless.
Oh.
I'm attacking the darkness.
All right, he gets a point. I now I kind of like HS Tiki Taki after this too. Oh my God.
My husband Jace for a romantic Valentine's Day date, Christian couple style. Jace surprised me with this beautiful box of chocolates and a stunning new solid gold cross necklace. Then we read and studied the Bible together. We like to each pick different passage to read, and then we share with each other, so we're really hearing and understanding each other's perspectives. But if we disagree, of course, I submit to Jace's opinion because he is the leader of our home. Next, we worship together, and this time is so sacred to us because we can really enjoy each other's company while also basking in the company of the Lord. Of course, we had to take a moment to pray for each other and for our children. Today, I'm really focusing on asking God to help me submit gracefully and joyfully to Jace's strong and godly leadership. We enjoyed a beautiful handmade dinner that I scrapped together for us using ingredients from our garden. And we ended the night snuggling up together on the couch watching our favorite show, The Chosen. This is our 5th rewatch and we're on season 3, and every time we watch, I feel like we learn something new. Follow for more Christian couple tips and leave a comment with your favorite Christian romantic activities.
The facts, right? 40% of breadwinners are women now, right? 40% of women earn more than the typical man now, which was 13% in 1979. And so for me, what it means is that we're in the middle of a revolution, the revolution that the women's movement brought us, and we should celebrate that. The greatest economic liberation in human history has probably taken place in the last 12th century. But we shouldn't be naive about the fact that now means we need a new script for men as well. We still need you. We need you as dads. We still need you as providers, not the sole, maybe the main provider. I was a stay-at-home dad for a while. I felt like a great...
We don't need you to have any more authority than we can possibly allot to you, so you don't get too big ahead and actually think you might have some actual authority in your marriage and in your your partnership, your 50-50 partnership. Yes.
Right? I was doing dadding my way, by the way. I was being a dad. I wasn't being a co-parent. I was being a dad. And so you've got to find new scripts for men. So we still need you as dads and as co-providers and absolutely incredibly importantly as teachers and as community leaders and as members of our community. We cannot have the result of the amazing progress of the women's movement be to basically say to young men, not sure we need you anymore, guys. Thanks, we got it from here. Or at least we can't say that and expect it to end well.
Unfortunately, you've already done that. Actually, by everything you've just said, you pretty much made men superfluous. But this is the same. So that's the shot. Here's the chaser.
That moment of my incredibly feminist, unbelievably professionally successful wife to say, I think the problem is you're not masculine enough. And it was just like the energy that I had. I felt as if like asking for more in our relationship for myself was to be a bad feminist, was to not support her. I was supposed to be a good ally. The world was made for men and all our needs and desires and so on. So my job was to be an ally to her. And anything that got in the way of that was difficult or complicated. And it was, well, I don't know what would have happened to our relationship without it. But I can tell you that from that moment onwards, our relationship grew and flourished and continues to flower in a way that it just would not otherwise have done, because it's almost like by being so direct, she forced this movement inside me where I almost gave myself permission to give some expression to the sides of myself that are more masculine.
Yes. So yeah, had working out for you there. Oh wait, this is the one we need. There we go. God, we got to figure out why that's doing that shit right there. Yeah.
On StreamYard.
Anyways, so that's Dr. Richard Reeves. And I just wanted to use that on there because that's a really good jump off point from where I want to go today. We have had so much hate slung at the Manosphere in the last, actually now 2 weeks, ever since the Louis. And then, of course, as predicted, Piers Morgan he's right there just gobbling it up, man. Like, do you remember when Charlie Kirk got shot?
Yep.
And what was the first thing I said on that Sunday? I said, watch, by Monday, Piers Morgan will have Destiny on, because Destiny was laughing at everybody's yucking it up. And sure shit, he had him on right there. Exactly. This is par for the course. And I am so glad. I mean, if it had to be HS Tiki Taki, fine. I don't care. But I'm so glad that this was called out. And I talked about this a little bit yesterday on Rule Zero, in case you didn't see that, which why would you, right? But it was on Jack Napier's show, and I was mentioning this. I say, the thing about Piers Morgan is like, he's a fast follower. He's not an innovator. He'll just, whatever's hot, he'll drag people on. So I'll give you a little bit of a background story here. And I know Myron has already let the cat out of the bag here, but I'm playing catch up here for a second. A day before the Piers Morgan quote unquote panel show, it was a panel show. It wasn't just HS Tiki Taki, by the way. I had Justin Waller hit me and Mike up in a group text, and he was asking how should I play this? He was asked to come on Piers Morgan's show, and he says, how are they going to attack me? What do you think they're going to try to go after? And I could only see really two things. One was his situation, his open marriage with such as it is with Kristen, right? Mm-hmm. And I know this because my wife is pretty good friends with his wife, and they share. We send Christmas cards to each other, share pictures and shit like that, right? And I considered Justin one of my family friends, even right at this point. So he was asking me this, and I said, well, they're going to definitely come after you for your arrangement with Kristen, right? And in case you are unaware of that, it's sort of open on his end and it's closed on her end. And she's good with that and has been good with that for a while because he's fucking Justin Waller, right? But the thing is I figured they were going to go after that. And that was probably the easiest one. The second hardest one I was going to say is when he was, I thought he were going to attack him or ambush him on what he said in the, sorry, bird hands. What he was, God, why can't I do that? Fuck you, man. But no, when he was talking about how that one part in the documentary where he's talking to Louis Theroux and he's looking around Miami, he's like, see all these skyscrapers, see the roads, see all this stuff, see the cameras and everything else. Everything you see around you was conceived, designed, engineered, and built by men, right? Yes, we still need men. And I thought, yeah, they're probably going to come after him and nitpick that and say, well, not everything was made by men. How about, Mary Curry? She discovered X-rays and died for it. Like the standard, feminist tropes. They're not every women actually were the ones who figured out mathematically how to put a man on the moon. That kind of shit, right? But the fact of the matter is like you still need the deltas. You still need the average guy out there, filling the potholes, keeping the lights on, working on oil derricks in the middle of the Gulf of America. And but you need the salt of the earth guys, right? And it's a fact that men build and create and engineer and design and imagine more stuff than women do, right? And there's nothing fucking wrong with that. If you go and you look at like the works of like Dr. Steven Pinker, who got in a lot of trouble for this when he announced this, but it's like, his research and his studies show that like men are more interested in things and women are more interested in people. Why is that such a revolutionary, like offensive thing to say? Well, it's not. If you're female, you can say that all day long. But if you're Steven Pinker or you're me or you're anybody else, then that's misogynistic. You don't believe me? Just go and look at what qualifies as misogyny to uk.u.gov, right? Look at what their criteria is. It's okay if a woman says that. It's not okay if a man says that. The same thing with like Helen Andrews, like recently, where she's like, talking about how, the woke is basically female, and something that I've been talking about, forever. And by the way, to credit where it's due, the MRAs have been talking about this too, right? Gynocentric social order, right? Talking about this for ages, for 2 decades, at least in my case, right? But if I say it, the UK government wants to arrest me for misogyny. If Helen Andrews says it, then it's, well, we need to have a think tank about this, and we need to we need to really seriously consider this, right? What's the difference? Why is that? Because I'm a guy and I'm not supposed to say those things, and she's a woman, and it's okay when she does. So I was pointing that out, and I was telling Justin Waller, I said, they're going to probably attack you on that, and they're probably going to say like, well, and they'll nitpick it, right? Because it sounds like it's this exclusive, autistically literal, term, rather than it being rhetorical, or rather than it being something to think about or a thought experiment, right? And it's nothing like I know where like Justin, I don't think I've ever heard Justin even talk about it in those terms, but I have heard Myron talk about it. I have heard Brian on whatever podcast talk about it. I have heard Mike on our show talk about it, right? How everything that you see around you is developed or engineered or conceived or built by men or maintained by men, right? There are certain things that women just simply don't either have an affinity for, or it's a messy job. They don't like, what is it? 98% or 97% of workplace deaths are men. Yep. There's a reason for that, because men are the ones out there maintaining and doing the dangerous fucking jobs, right? I don't see how this is revolutionary in any way, but I totally expected that to be the attack vector from Piers Morgan, because they were trying to ridicule, or Louis Theroux was trying to ridicule Justin in the documentary about that. So I knew that was going to be an attack vector. But so we're discussing this and saying like, here's what you can say. So the next day they go on, and I guess it's a Zoom call or something about HS Tiki Taki. He collected them all. He got all the Pokemon cards, right? He got HS Tiki Taki. He got Sneeko. He got Myron, and he got Justin Waller, by the way, which is like an act of God to get all these guys. Like imagine, like it's, how difficult it is to get all these guys on one show on Myron's show on Fresh and Fit. So he has all of them, and he decides to put HS Tiki Taki on first because he thinks that he's the easiest one to get, right? He thinks that because he's the Andrew Tate. He's the Andrew Tate's like proxy. He's the Andrew Tate's understudy in the documentary. So he thinks he's going to go in there and pre-establish. He's going to piss all over him and like mark his territory on HS Tiki Taki. And when I was talking to Justin, I said, your ace card is always going to be this. Just mention his wife. Just mention his wife has cucked him, and I pointed him. I said, here, go and check out this Instagram. Check out her Instagram. Find out why this was a big deal. And Piers Morgan, for all of his production staff and everybody else, should have known. He should have seen this shit coming, because when Piers was doing that interview with Nick Fuentes' Spurg army, the first thing they did was go out and dig up dirt on Piers Morgan's wife. And that's how Tiki Taki HS had the thing already. By the way, it was already on his phone. Like, don't think for a second he's just like, hey, let me see if I can find this. No, it was all ready to go. He knew he was going to use this. He played the ace card too early, honestly. So it was already there. And it was actually what I told. I should read you the text that I told Justin. I said, make sure that you look up his wife, because that'll be your ace in the hole if things get ugly, right? They did. It just wasn't with Justin. and honestly, I kind of wish HS would have just like baited him in, so like the rest of the guys could have come on and like, you know, said their piece and then dropped it. But it worked. Honestly, it worked in HS's favor in the end. But so I told Justin, I said, you always have that as your sort of your backup. And he didn't even know, because it had already been researched, it had already been looked up, and it was already a big kind of like a internet Twitter scandal anyways, because Nick Fuentes' his followers, or his Reddit group, or whoever, his Discord server guys, whoever is, look this all up. You don't think they're going to try to look up some shit on fucking Piers Morgan? I mean, he was in the hospital and broke a hip or something, and his wife was like, God, I can't wait till he dies. You know, like, I mean, more or less. I'm paraphrasing, right? But yeah, and so it was already out there. Piers knew it was out there, and he wasn't prepared for this. He didn't think that one of these guys, of these four dudes, was going to like bring this up, because I guarantee you Myron probably would have, if nobody else had. Sneeko probably knew about it. I can't imagine any of these guys didn't know about it, except for maybe like Justin, who already made aware of it, right? So he had to have known the possibility existed that these guys were going to go and publicly shame him for his wife essentially wanting to cuckold him. And then, of course, what happened was he rage quit his own show. How the fuck do you rage quit your own show? Like, I can understand, like, if you're on like, if you're a guest on like whatever podcast and you get up and you walk out, or you get Frank Castle, or you like Castle yourself, whatever, I can get that. You rage quit your own show? Kyle, how does he come back from this? How, like on tomorrow morning, or Monday morning, how does he go back on his show and go, well, I'm back to business as usual? Like, how?
He's going to play the moral high ground.
He's
that he
got
brought
to.
in family, that he did some disrespectful thing, and he's going to play that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just wondering how he comes out of that. But the thing is this is live by the grift, die by the grift. Like Piers Morgan should have known this was coming, right? I said the same thing. I mean, it's the same dynamic, and I'm not letting anybody off the hook for the documentary itself, because I'll tell you right now that Myron and the rest of these guys, and Justin and Sneeko and you know, Tiki Taki and whoever else got interviewed. I know MLD is now saying that he got called, or he got maybe got phone interviewed. They didn't send a team out there. Or like my friend Logan Duong, they flew out a whole team out there, and you guys saw last week's show about that. But so they were making the rounds. They knew who they were looking for. They specifically avoided me, and they specifically avoided Mike, because they already knew that we weren't going to play along with the narrative, that we weren't going to give them any kind of red meat that they wanted. They couldn't come after me. I've been married for 30 years to the same woman, not Lisa Sparks, by the way. Yes, hold on. While we're here, here's the first one. Look, yeah, I'm sorry. I am actually married to, it was my secret wedding to Lisa Sparks. It's finally come out. You got me. Doxed myself. I think that's probably my favorite. I think that's the winner. You get one of these. You get one, whoever, I forget who sent me these. I got more. You want to see more? Okay, here's the other one. This is me with Lisa Sparks. In downtown Las Vegas. Yes, that is us, you know, forever in love. I was going to use this is pretty good. This has got honorable mention. I was going to use this for the thumbnail at one point. That was really good. Here's another good thumbnail right here. Yes, that would have been good. I might still even use this at some point. But yeah, we honeymooned in Las Vegas. I just didn't know if you guys do that. That's why Vegas will always be special to me. And here we go. Yes, there we are. That was our suite, you know. Yeah, we filmed OnlyFans porn right here. You guys just don't know it was me. I was a stunt dick. You know, you don't see my face in any of the shot. And then last one is here we go. This one. There we go. Yeah, see. Oh, yes, young lovebirds. There. Back in the day. Oh, we were so young. Bravo. Thank you very much. for doing that for me. But yeah, this right here, this is the winner. You guys got me. You know what's funny? As I tweeted this out. I'm like, I'm gonna make a full confession. I'm actually married to, or I was secretly married to Lisa Sparks, and maybe I still am. I put that on, and I will guarantee you, no one will watch this show to find out that this is just me. This is a put on. This is a bit. Okay, no one will. They won't watch it. They'll go, "Oh my God, did you know the Rolo is really, he's cheating with Lisa Sparks?" Yeah, I am. Yeah. I did that just to bait you guys into this show, but yes, that's there you have it. Which one's your favorite? That was my favorite. I thought the wedding one was great. Yeah. Oh yeah. Green lines. Thank you. The green lines are. What's funny is that will probably happen to the ones. I'll get the Green Line Mafia will come after me on Twitter, and they'll go, "Oh, Rolo, you're leaning in." How many people are going to see that and think that that's real? How many people? Also, I want to square something away here because I there's a few guys in a Instagram kind of group chat that I have been in, and I don't know what these guys are about, but they showed me this one video clip, and it's Nick Fuentes, and I don't know who the other guy was. He was like maybe it was his producer or some shit like that, and they were doing call-ins, and somebody by the name of Rolo called in and asked some cock and bull question to Nick Fuentes. And I don't know when this happened. I'm not really sure, but it sounded like me. And I'm like, because I've never in my life, I swear to God, on my mother's grave, I have never called in. I don't want anything to do with Nick Fuentes. And everybody knows that I don't want anything to do with Nick Fuentes. But somebody called in and they were impersonating me, and it sounded an awful lot like me, right? And I'm wondering if this is like sort of some kind of like AI voice generator kind of thing. Because I know you can now do like live, like it's a puppeting, like it could be me, but you're seeing like this hot chick with like big titties, and I'm just doing something, and she's like doing the same thing that I'm doing. Maybe it might be something like that. I don't know. I mean, I know that we're at that stage, but I'm wondering if there's like some sort of voice like synthesizer, so it sounds like me or Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan or whoever else, and it sounds like they called in. But I will tell you right now, that was not me, and I don't know. It's par for the course, really, for these guys to want to start shit. But that was absolutely 100% not me, and that's why I want to know when it was, because I can corroborate. Like if somebody was calling into a show and I was busy doing this show, or I was on somebody else's podcast at that time, like that couldn't possibly be me because I was on with like Sean Kelly or some shit like that, right? But yeah, I was. Yeah. You have endless. Yeah, I was gonna say endless audio. My voice. Yeah, they could easily synthesize my voice. But I was wondering if that was like, a possibility. I don't know if there's like an app or something for that right now. But yeah, I was just, that kind of took me by surprise. Like, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I didn't know that the technology actually exists right yet. We have these on. Let me pull these things out of there. There we go. You know what else I want to do? We hardly ever do this, but I'm going to put the chat in there. There we go for this one. Let me just jump on a couple of these real quick. The best gift for Mr. Morgan is the chair. Thanks. Yeah. And wasn't Taylor from The Bachelorette Mormon? You mean the one that was like beaten up on that domestic violence chick? So. Was that? Yeah. I don't watch this, so I don't know, but my daughter watches the Real Mormon Wives thing that's on there.
The whole controversy thing going on.
I'm like, I'll tell you what's sad, and this is sad in a sense that it's something that I predicted that I was right about, and I didn't really want to be right about. But if you go and you look at, if you have taken the time to read my book, Religion, the fourth book in the Rational Male series, I go into some detail about Mormonism in there. And I think a lot of people wanted to, back then, remember this is 2019, 2020. Well, 2021 is when I published it, but I was writing it at the time, and I was having a lot of conversations, and I was doing a lot of interviews and, researching my shit out of that book. And a lot of people would tell me this, like, well, Rolo, that's only in those religions. That's not in our religion, right? Women, feminism hasn't destroyed Islam. Feminism hasn't destroyed the Sikhs. Feminism hasn't destroyed the Mormons, right? And I'm like, well, give it a few years, or give it a generation, and you'll start seeing feminism kind of like inching in and assimilating those religions. And I hate to say that I was right about Mormonism, because when you see stuff like this, that's evidence of it right there. And they'll say, well, it's not really that's not really Mormonism, or that's not really representative of what the religion is about. I'm like, absolutely 100% agree with you, because people like I'll catch some video, and it'll be some female pastor, and she'll be talking about how, we need real men. Maybe it's Allie Beth Stuckey, right? It'll be some women. They don't call themselves pastors, by the way. They're women's ministry leaders, which means basically a female pastor, right? And Coral Osborne wants to talk with me. Should I chat with her right now online? Like, no, I can't talk with you. So I'm looking at these videos, and every now and then I'm just like, I got nothing. Right. It happens so often. And so I'll put some snappy like title on a retweet, and I'll say, Christianity is lost. And people lose their minds whenever I do that. They go, well, not in my religion, or that, it's always no true Scotsman. It's like, well, if she was, she's not a Christian, right?
She's not a Christian.
It's not the way. That's not the way we do it in Eastern Orthodox. That's not the way we do it in, I don't know, the orthodoxy of 1689, which is different from the one from 1781. I'm like, there it is. It's right there. That's only those evangelical churches. And you might be right about that. But the fact of the matter is like, there it is. Or then I'll get these replies, and they'll be like, well, what is she saying that's wrong? I'm like, it's not what she's saying. It's that she's saying it at all. That's like, go, do you know your Bible? Do you know anything about your scripture? What do you actually believe in? Because I'll tell you, if you're going to come at me and say, well, what does she say that's wrong? I'm going to go and I'm going to say, well, the fact that she's saying it at all, the fact that it's not that a guy can't go up there and say those same things to the congregation or whatever else. That's what I'm getting at. Not that she might be 100% right with that message, but the fact of the matter is that she's not supposed to be up there doing it at all. And ladies, women who are these devout Christians, like the good women from the Mormons that want you to come to church with them. Yeah. Ladies, you should be I'm Rollo Tomasi. I shouldn't be the first one to point this out. You should be the first one pointing this out, because if that is your true conviction, if that is your true faith, why am I the one on this hill and not you? Because people should be calling that shit out way before I get to it. But it is what it is. But you want to know why? It's because the ladies want to go, yeah, I'm glad a woman is finally saying this stuff, right? Because the sisterhood, uber alles, overweighs, trumps everything that has to do with your actual religion and your actual doctrine and your actual convictions. It supersedes all of that. That's why I say uber alles, right? Which is, above everything. That's where it comes from. It's above everything else. So it's like, oh, I'm proud of her. And then guys come at me and go, well, what's she saying that's so wrong? What is this part of your religion? Christianity is not lost. It's really just those people don't know what they're not Catholics. They're not Orthodox. They're not Mormons. They're not Jehovah's Witnesses. They're not whatever. Pick your French. Presbyterians. I don't care. Baptists. Whatever. That's the only true religion. So, like, clearly, we would never allow that to happen in the Methodist. Oh wait, no, we do. We would never allow that to. But the thing is that's what I'm pointing out. People go, well, Rollo, you're not a Christian. You're not. No, I am. That's why I'm pointing this out. If I was an atheist, I would just fuck. Those guys are fucked. I wouldn't worry about it. But because I have some sort of affinity for it, because I share a similar belief, or in some cases maybe even the same belief, and I can tell you right now, I don't know where I belong when it comes to religion. As a result of this, I can't tell you. People say, well, Rollo, what's your franchise? What's your denomination? I'm like, I don't know. I can tell you what I believe, like on a basis of specifics, no problem. But it ain't that. I know what it ain't, and it ain't that. It ain't the Valentine's Day or the Mother's Day or the Father's Day sermon that I see repeated over and over and over again. And I think what's funny now is, and maybe I have a little bit of, I don't know, maybe I should be a little more positive about Scientology. Maybe I just saw that in the chat. maybe I should be a little bit more positive about this. Maybe I should be a little more optimistic, because clearly from those first 4 videos that I showed in the beginning here, that people understand, like, okay, hey guys, we got to get the church council back together. How do we get guys, how do we get the unchurched guys to come back into the church? I know, let's get bitches to come out there and talk and invite them to church. And that seems like a great idea. Let's put them in Instagram Reels, and that'll get them to come to the church. Now, of course, it's the Mormons at this stage, but I'm sure other doctrines or other franchises, other denominations will follow suit if they haven't already. Get your God-given wife today. Like hey guys, looking for a wife, looking for a trad wife, looking for a girl who's going to wear these sundresses and not that hoe shit. Look at these little, we got you want a nice mid that's going to be like there for you and still believes in the same stuff. Churns butter and knows how to make, a tasty shepherd's pie. We got them. They're right here. Just come. We'll invite you to church and sit with you the whole time. Those chicks will not sit with you. But it's funny that's the hustle. And I gotta, admire the hustle, like respect the hustle, because they figured it out. Why aren't guys coming to our church? Because there's nothing for them here. I got an idea. Let's get some girls to go and tell them that they'll sit down with them and hold their hands and help them fill out the visitor's card or whatever the fuck it is. And we'll be there, and maybe they'll want to come back again. Good. Fucking awesome. You figured something out. I still think it's shady as fuck, but I do admire the hustle. And by the way, I was sent those videos. Two of those videos came from the same source, and then 2 of the other ones came from different sources. So this is something that the churches have figured out on their own. Like how do we appeal to men? Tell them that there's a lot of single women here. Yeah, they're all a little bit on the thick side, and some of them are single mothers. But you guys want the chicks? We got the shit. They're right behind this veil. They're right behind this curtain, door number 1. That's where they're at. Yeah. I'm seeing an uptick of daughters swearing and shaming their dads on social media. Seems they can't control their dads, so they call them out on Facebook. Yeah, and I'll tell you this. Was it Ram? What? That's a great name, Ram Luxamana. You're going to see more and more of that as the closer we get to Father's Day. It's dad, I hate you, dad. Fuck you, dad. I will challenge you, and I always do. What's Mother's Day is in May, right? Mm-hmm. And Father's Day is in June. If you're a church going person, I will challenge you to take notes, mental or otherwise, when you are listening to the sermon, and do a compare and contrast. Hell, even write me an email about it, right? I don't care. Do a compare and contrast of the Mother's Day service versus the Father's Day service. And I guarantee you will see exactly what I wrote about in religion, because I was so consistent over the course. I mean, I did this over the course of 3 or 4 years when I was writing the book. It's predictable. You're going to get for women. It's like, you can do no wrong. Women are sinless. Thank you for stepping up and doing this thankless job. You're closer to God as a result of it. Yada, yada, yada. Father's Day rolls around. Do better. You suck. Do better. Well, you're doing good, guys. You're doing better, but we need you to do really better. Why is your wife not fucking you? Well, you need to do better. Because if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy, and that's why she's not sucking your dick. It's actually because you're offending God, and she's just obeying God by not fucking you. That's basically what it comes down to. You got into this, you signed your name on that contract, that marriage contract, and suddenly the poontang dries up. That's not her fault. It's because God is very pissed off at you for some reason. I don't know what. Maybe you could do a little bit better. Maybe you could there's nothing that another $100,000 won't solve, right? And make sure you tithe 10% of that. But yeah, that's the shit you're going to hear at most. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know how Orthodoxy or Catholicism works in that sense. I don't think they have set Mother's Day or Father's Day. Maybe they do. I don't know. I've only been to a Catholic church when my mother was alive, because my mother was a confirmed Catholic before she died. So I've never been Catholic, by the way. But I understand. I've been to a Catholic church often enough to know what's going on. But yeah. What is this? God Emperor Rollo. Why, thank you. Oh, wait. No, God Emperor Rollo. There you go. Okay. Why don't these why don't these sons of bitches realize you're the final boss in the Manosphere and they got to say your name and give you your flowers?
You're goddamn right.
Yes. Why don't they understand that? Because they don't want to understand that. I put this out there. I've done this like since really when I started Access Vegas. I told Mike I was going to do this back in, I think it was November of 2022. And it was kind of in response to me doing the Dr. Phil thing, because I was starting to get a little bit of traction from that. I got a write-up on Fox News because I mentioned something on I mentioned the whole thing about men being superfluous on Dr. Phil, and everybody loved that. But the other part was I also made this one comment that we only celebrate masculinity when it looks like femininity. And so that was a comment. It was like, I mean, they quoted me on this, and they actually wrote a whole freaking article about this on Fox News's, I don't know, whatever their aggregate blog is at that time. And so I was getting a lot of play out of that. And so it was during that time, I'm like, look, if you guys want, if a Matt Walsh or a Ben Shapiro or whoever else wants to come on this show and challenge me or Mike about anything, you're this conservative guy who seems to think they know jack shit about the Manosphere, instead of this straw man idea of what the Manosphere is. You are more, it's to this day, it's still open. The door, that door, it should be open because the fucking air conditioner's off right now. By the way, air conditioner's out. So if I'm doing this today, it's because it's what is it?
It's like 85 right now.
85 in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 85 degrees in the studio right now, but we're gonna thug our way through it, because I'm already feeling the sweat on me right now. Because it is hot as it's got to be like 100 degrees right now. Is it? It's in the 90s outside. In the 90s right now. Yeah. That's Las Vegas for you. But yeah, so I opened that up to anybody who wanted to come on and actually have a real conversation, and I would live stream it. Right? I ain't gonna do no pre-record. But pre-record is for pussies. I mean, serious. I'm not to shit anybody who does that, but like, it is a different vibe when I got to look at the chat right here and people are like, Lisa Sparks. Like it's a different vibe when I have to like respond to things, and I'm responding to super chats and everything else, and you guys get to be a part of this. This is engagement media, is what this is. This is not Chris Williamson. This is not Steve Bartlett. This is not Tom Beaulieu, where we're going to record everything and keep everything under wraps and make sure that we don't look bad at all. That's the lesson that Piers Morgan learned with HS Tiki Taki, because they were live when they did that. So I will say this, for like shit all over Piers Morgan for whatever you want, but the guy does live. He does live feed stuff, and he's right there. So he's got the balls to go up and do that. He's not going to answer any questions from like the super or live chat, but at least he goes and does it live. And when you do it live, you run the risk of what happened to him with HS Tiki Taki. Some smart ass kid's going to come up and tell you your wife wants to cuck you, or your baby is ugly, or something. I don't know. Like somebody's going to try to rattle your cage, and I'll tell you, it takes a different breed of guy to be able to do live streaming versus like pre-records and stuff like that. But that's the risk that you run. And that's why when you look at, by the way, I watched because people are going to ask me anyways. Yes, I did watch Myron and MLD talking about what's been going on with the sort of the mainstreaming, I guess, of the Manosphere, and how everybody, like, people think that there's blood and water, right? The sharks are coming out right now for the Manosphere. And I'm like, they're not coming out for me. Nobody's fucking said shit to me. Nobody said shit to Mike. Nobody said shit to anybody who's got their fucking, who has been in it as long as I have. Nobody's coming after Ryan. I mean, maybe a few people are coming after Richard Cooper, but Rich, there's what are they going to get him on? Like, what's Rich going to say, and what are they going to clip out? Like, I'm sure they could clip out shit from mine, right? I'm sure they could say, oh, Rollo said this one time. Hell, they can just voice synthesize me saying some, cock and bull, thing about, oh, we should all, shit all over women. Like they could say that. But nobody's coming. They don't want to talk to me. They want to talk to people who don't know anything about it, including Ben Shapiro and Rob Henderson, who, by the way, I still like Rob Henderson, but the dude has this, he's just got a mad on for the Manosphere for whatever reason. And now he's the go-to expert on the Manosphere. I'm like, Destiny shouldn't have been on Chris Williamson. I'll tell you right now, Rob Henderson had no business being on Ben Shapiro talking about anything. Clearly knows nothing about this. Has admitted on other podcasts that I've covered on this show that he doesn't know. He's got me muted, but yet he's going to try to tell you what I'm all about inside of 45 minutes. Like, I mean, and this guy has a doctorate from Harvard or Oxford or wherever the fuck he was, right? This guy has a doctorate, and that's what he leads with. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit today too. What else do we got here? Piers still responded better than Andrew Wilson. At least Andrew Wilson is also like, here's the thing. I got more respect for Andrew Wilson and Piers Morgan, oddly enough, than I do for Chris Williamson, than I do for Steve Bartlett, than I do for any of these guys who rely on post-production to make put themselves in the best light that they possibly can. I have way more respect for Andrew Wilson or Myron Gaines or anybody who's doing a live stream. I got way more respect for them than I do for Louis Theroux, who's just basically, clipping out all the hot takes, whittles it down to 45 minutes or 90 minutes for a quote unquote documentary. And that's the Manosphere. And that's your impression of the Manosphere. Right. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they did basically the same thing. I mean, they did the same thing with Andrew. It's funny you should say that, because I mentioned this on Rule Zero yesterday, and I had a conversation with Andrew Wilson after he had just the day before he had done the debate with CGA, and the day after that he did Mike's show, and I was on that show as well, and then he came on Access Vegas afterwards, and we had that was actually a really good show for us because we had Myron on as well. But I remember I was driving Andrew we went to Roll and Smoke Barbecue. Oh, nice. And I was having this conversation with him, and I said, you know what? I mean, what you really do is not really consider debate, because we were talking about his like word war debate kind of thing. Like he wants to sort of turn it into professional wrestling and everything. I said, you do what you're going to do, fine, but it's not really debate, because classic Hellenic Greece debate, was really about, is this premise true? Is this concept true? Is this phenomenon true, or is it false? That's all it was about. Like in classic debate, if you know anything about, like, if you've ever been on like debate team in college or something like that, if you go to tournament style debate, you need to be able to take a pro or a con position on any of those premises, because it's not about you as like, you're a son of a bitch, fuck you. It's not about that. It's about, do I know the material well enough that I can't, like, even though I disagree with, I don't know, abortion, right? Are you pro-life? Are you pro-death? Are you pro-choice, right? I should be able, as a good debater, to win the argument no matter what side I take what side I take on it, right? Now, it's probably easier if you tend to align with whatever, pro or con. But as a good debater, you need to be able to win from both sides. That's why we have things like logical fallacies. That's the premise of our legal system. The legal system, if you watch, go watch Lincoln Lawyer, man. Yeah. Seriously, go watch all of it, because it's a great fucking series, man. Go watch Lincoln and understand every time that someone says objection, and then they come up with like, leading the witness. Okay, that's a logical fallacy. You're leading the witness, right? You're trying to put words in their mouth. Objection, hearsay or some shit like that. That's straight out of traditional debate and logic, right? Those are logical fallacies. You don't get logical fallacies when the debate is not about debate. It's about crushing the other opponent, right? It's not even about the premise. It's about, this guy believes in this and he's full of shit, and you should follow me and not follow him. He's on my side. You come and follow this team and don't be on that guy's team. And when you do that, you open yourself up to personal attacks. And that's exactly what that chick on whatever podcast did, the Snizzler, right? The Chuck, right? He kept calling her Chuck. And the reason why you do is because you're sort of like throwing out little, dog treats to your audience by calling her Chuck. Like, don't do that. If you're right, then show me you're right by showing me that your concept or your premise is stronger. What you're putting forward, your argument, is better than what she's got. Because when you do that, then you are also fair game, which is exactly what happened. Oh, good. Finally, if you guys haven't heard that, that's the sound of the doorbell, and the air conditioning guy is coming up. So we're going to have the guy come in here in just a second and take care of the air conditioning. Thank God. So anyways, if that's the premise, of your if that's the premise of your podcast, then you are going to be subject to that as well. Like, as I said before, it's like, live by the grift and die by the grift. But as a result of that, you also open yourself up. And that's exactly what happened to Andrew Wilson. And again, I like Andrew. I don't have any problem just explaining what this is my observation. This is my analysis. This is what I see happening. So as long as you're going to characterize debate in that terms, that's what's going to happen. And the same thing is happening to Piers Morgan and HS Tiki Taki, right? Like that's the game. Those are the rules that Piers Morgan wanted to live by. He was trying to shame, he was trying to ridicule, he was trying to clown HS Tiki Taki. Didn't work. And what happened? Backfired on him because of that. That is why I'm a member of the Rational Male Cult. Salutes. Thank you for. I need like a cult sound drop at some point. Yes. Well, welcome, brother. Let's see. Shout out to HS Tiki Taki on the way he handled Pierce by being subtle and not falling into his shouting match. Thank you for bringing that up. I also meant to say that he came off as the one that looked like he was smart. And if you look at HS's like performance on the Manosphere, inside the Manosphere, he sounds like he's an idiot. He sounds like he's like deliberately, it's all snake oil. It's all shuck and jive, right? He's a televangelist or something. He doesn't believe what he's talking about. He just wants to take these guys, filch this money out of these poor, impressionable guys, right? He wants to that's his whole MO. But yet when he gets on with Piers Morgan, it doesn't sound that way. Like he's very in control. He says, "Hey, look," it's like, let's have a real conversation. Let's talk about this. He wanted to bring him back, but Piers Morgan didn't know how else to clown him or how else to disrespect him, but also to sort of disqualify anything that he was going to say from that point. I think you're a punk. I think you're a this. I think you're a that. And he's basically, schoolyard jibes and everything else. And it's like, that's the game you want to play. Here you go. And so, I mean, honestly, I think like HS Tiki Taki used a lot of like self-control up until the end of that. And now, of course, he's like, if I don't get an apology from him, like I'm going to fly his wife out to Miami. Okay, that works. That was funny as fuck. Okay, your opinion on the first 3 episodes of Invincible. I haven't watched it yet. Don't screw me over on this. Season 4 is out right now.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either.
I haven't watched it yet either, and I'm deliberately not watching it because I need something to watch while I'm in the hospital. So I haven't seen it yet, but I will very soon. Everybody knows I like Invincible. So I have a couple of videos I wanted to get to, but before I do, I'm like wondering what order I should do this in. I want to actually, you know what? I'll just bring it up. I wrote an article recently on Twitter, actually, and I do occasionally I'll do an article because old Uncle Elon wants you to do articles, and they prioritize for whatever reason the algorithm prioritizes articles, and so I'm like, I'm writing articles on Substack anyways. Why don't I do one for Twitter now and then? So that's what I did. And on Twitter, I did. I'll just bring it up here real quick. Let's see, where did it go? Oh, wait, hold on. This is too good. Oh man, this is too fucking funny. Wait, I gotta show you this. So this is actually the tweet I did just a minute ago on there's the screen share. There we go. This is the tweet I did with with me. Wait, put me solo. Put that solo on there so I can scroll down. So I'm like, yes, it's true. So I put that on there, and let's see how many people are believing this. Okay, so your brother is the first one to comment on the whole thing. That's Miguel right there, and Manesh is the guy who does my shorts. Let's see, somebody's looking good. No, not looking good. Damn it! I think probably everybody thinks this is funny. Made with AI. Yep, it is. I like this shit. Didn't know you were into BBW. Big beautiful women. Where did this post come from? I will. There she is. Okay, so God, I was hoping nobody was going to post these, but that is actually Lisa Sparks right there. Just in case you were wondering. That was funny as hell. So let me find here. Put me back in. Put myself back in. There we go. But I did this post, and I did this in response to. I've seen a lot of. Wait, where are my articles? Is that my articles? Anyways, I posted this article yesterday, and it was explaining something that I was talking about before. Oh, here we go. And so, okay, I'll just show you here. It's easier just to show you the screenshot of this real fast. Oh, by the way, I'm going to have my partner Joe Marone is coming in at about 12. He just showed up. Okay, so he's going to come in. I'm going to have him in at about 12:30. But I do want to get to this first. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. And this is like, I knew this was going to ruffle some feathers, and it was intended to ruffle some feathers. Okay, it's like why your sexless marriage won't get any better. Okay, now the reason why I put this out there is because I watched this video of Dr. Deborah So, who is now promoting her book, Sextinction. And she had a conversation with Chris Williamson, obviously. And Mike Sartain hit me up, and he was like, hey, don't shit all over her, because she's basically you saying exactly the same things that you're saying. And I don't necessarily 100% agree with that, but I didn't want to be a dick for just the sake of being a dick. So I didn't actually want to come at Dr. Deborah So, which of course now she's blocked me, of course. But that wasn't my intent. I wasn't trying to get blocked as a result, but there you have it. So I put this out there, and this article was actually based on a tweet that I had put out. And the tweet was this. It said, gentlemen, barring medical issues, if your wife hasn't desired to have sex with you in 3 months, file for divorce. Better to do it sooner than later. If you get to the 6-month mark, the sex will never come back and your marriage is over. It's about desire, not obligation. And boy, did people fight me on this. Right now, I did this in response to Attraction Matriarch, who was saying, sexless marriage isn't a rough patch; it's a slow motion breakup that requires legal action. Yes, okay. So I was agreeing with that, and so I basically spelled out in no uncertain terms why this is. And I'm not like, I think one of the things that I get into a lot of trouble with is people seem to think that every time I put something out like this, it's advocating for something. Clearly, I'm not advocating for divorce. I have been married for 30 some odd years. Does that mean that every single marriage is just doomed to divorce? No, it's not. Does that mean every single marriage is doomed to sexlessness? No, it doesn't. The other thing is, like, when I'm talking to guys and I'm sort of I'm polling people I know and the people that I work with in my Reignite group, and I'm going around the horn and I'm talking to these guys about their experiences and what they're actually, some of them, what they're going through like currently right now. And if I ask them about, their experiences, they usually come up with, I've been married for 10 years and it's been sexless for the last 2. I'm like, really? I'm like, you have not had sex with your wife in 2 years? Yep. And then she files for divorce, or then it just, the marriage dissolves, or it gets to the point where the guy is just grinding into what I call, marital celibacy, right? It's like being an incel, but it's more like, you're an incel, but you're a married incel, which is, I think, like 3 times worse, because you can't get out of it. You're obligated to that celibacy. And then, of course, what happens? And I'll read some of these responses here, but the standard response is, well, maybe if you did better, maybe if men would talk it out and had open communication and talk about what your needs are and your frustrations are. And it's like the standard kind of therapy speak that you're going to get. Did he fix that? Oh, he's going to the roof. Okay, cool. But it's the standard kind of therapy speak that I'm grown accustomed to, right? And I've said this on a million different occasions. Like, if you are in marriage counseling right now, especially if your marriage counselor is female herself, that's just, I'm going to steal a line from Tom Likas. So just like brace yourselves. It's the last stop before toll. That's what Tom Likas used to say. If you are going to marriage counseling, or you're going to try to resolve your issues in marriage counseling, it is last stop before toll. The toll being you're going to pay the price of divorce at some point, right? You're divorce bound. And so I'm talking to these guys, and I've worked with enough guys right now where I can kind of get a consensus of this. I'm not saying they're all the same, because there's variations, but it's variations on a theme. And it's usually something about like, well, we had we had sex for the first like 3 or 4 years. It was good. Then it started tapering off. Then I got drip fed sex. And then it was just like, she lost all interest in it. And I'm like, okay, well, did something occur? Did you get fat? Did you lose your job? Is there like, was there some extenuating circumstances that might've led to that? Because obviously if like the number one precipitator of divorce is a woman getting a promotion, or she starts making more money than her husband did. Right. And a lot of these guys, in some cases that might've been the case, but in other cases it was just no, like they still stayed in shape. They were still about it. It's just that there was this, what I call, and I've written an essay about this, it's what I call sexual retirement. It doesn't matter how good looking the guy is. It doesn't matter what the guy's, his upping his game. It doesn't matter that the guy's, I always joke about this, and this is a joke, okay? But there's no marital issue that you have that $100,000 can't solve right now. An extra $100,000 and suddenly she's happy as, suddenly she wants to have sex with you. But the reason why that's funny is because it is basically breaks the doldrums, I guess. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And I talk to guys who have been sexless for 18 months. I talk to guys who have been sexless for 2 years. I talk to guys who've been sexless for 10 years, literally waiting, hoping against hope that things are, and there's no medical issues with this woman. They just became roommates. And the guy sticks it out because he's got religious convictions, or he's got something else going on, or he wants to, stay together for the kids. I think one of the reasons why gray divorce, like divorce after like 45 or 50 is a thing, is because it's these guys, or it's women, men and women, who are just saying, you know what, I don't have any desire to have sex with this guy anymore. I felt this firsthand when I was counseling Robert Kiyosaki when he was splitting with Kim. Right? Like Robert Kiyosaki to this day, I mean, remember, Robert Kiyosaki's got to be worth $500 million right now. He's at least $500 million. I think that's what his net worth is. It might be more. She's the one that I should say this. Kim Kiyosaki is actually in control of the Rich Dad Radio and Rich Dad, Industries, or whatever the company. But at one point, and this was, and he said this on air, so I don't think I'm ratting him out. But at one point, Kim said, "I don't need you anymore." And sometimes that comes sooner, and sometimes that comes later. But when a woman says that to you, believe her. That's that last stop before toll, man. So all I'm doing by saying this, hey, look, if a woman can go 6 months without having sex with you, she can go 6 years without having sex with you. And guys will say, well, you just need to level up your game. You need to be, you need to be on point. You need to have dominance. You need to have this and that. I'm like, okay, well, what if you already have that? Like a lot of the guys that I've worked with did. Because their only resolution is to get to file for divorce. And people are like, well, they don't want to lose half their shit. And I understand that hesitation, cheaper to keep her. But these guys are still not getting laid. They're still not having sex. Or maybe they're having sex outside of the marriage and they're just like getting a tug job at a Thai massage place or some shit like that, right? There's so many stories I have heard from James Sexton that are identical to the rest of these guys. So when you see this firsthand, you're dealing with this firsthand, I mean, it's you're natural. Like, I want to say, stick it out, man. If you just do this, if you just I don't know, cycle trend or whatever it is, just get in the gym more, you put some more muscle mass on you. And I think what's funny is like a lot of these guys will go through this process and they might actually improve themselves that much more. And in some cases, those women might actually come back. But the thing is they're still the kind of woman who was okay not having sex with you for 6 fucking months. That's what I'm getting at in all this. People think I'm being, you're just throwing the baby out with the bathwater, Rolo. If you did these things, if you tried this, or if you started talking to her a different way, open communication, all this therapy speak bullshit. Or it could be, well, you need to be more dominant, you need to be more, a leader. And you need, if you talk to the Christian guys, you talk to the TradCon guys, it's well, you need to lead in the house. Okay, well, how much more can you lead when you're making more money, you're in shape, you got your shit together, and she still doesn't want to fuck you? Then what? Right? Well, then it must be something. It must be a problem with her. Okay, but the problem is like it was already a problem with her 6 months ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago, 10 years ago. And even if it comes back, even if you can somehow get the sex spigot to turn back on, because that's the number one thing I get from my guys who are married is, Rolo, I don't want to leave my wife. They don't care about spinning plates. They don't care about Andrew Tate. They don't care about trying to live up to some fantasy of open on his end and closed on his wife's. That's not what they're trying to do. They're still very much in love with their wives. They just want their wives to fuck them again. And it's not coming back. And I'm just saying, look, it's better to just like pull the Band-Aid off as quick as you can. And it's not about punishment. It's about pragmatism. That's where I've always been at. And people go, well, Rollo's really jumped the shark, man. I remember when he was about this and I'm like, yeah, but at what point do you go, you know what? My commitment to myself and to my well-being and to my, especially when you take a lot of these guys will say, well, you know what? I'm going to take the time and make the effort. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get to the fucking gym. I'm going to try to make more money. I'm going to be more on point with my leadership. I'm going to be more dominant. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And to no fucking effect. At what point is your commitment to your marriage overshadowed or superseded by your commitment to your own well-being? At what point? Because those are two commitments, right? You have a commitment to like. At what point are you going to be self-sacrificial to the point where you're like, well, she's never going to fuck me again, but I guess that's okay because my treasures are all building up in heaven, right? Okay, well, she's still not fucking with you, and she doesn't have the desire to fuck you. And a lot of people say, well, she's probably fucking somebody else, possibly, but women are far more comfortable with celibacy than men are. And people will say, well, men need relationships more than women do. Like, they become self-destructive if they're not in relationships, Scott Galloway, which is, the jury's still out on that. It just depends on like what context we're talking about that in. But guys tend to want to get into a second marriage. Like guys who get divorced, it's men who launch into second marriages more than women do. That's probably because women have, their sexual market value has decayed to the point where they can't get married again. And if they do, then they just don't want to get back into the same situation. Like women, straight out of like, if a good looking woman gets out of if she's divorced, the first thing she does is want to fuck. She doesn't want to fuck you. She wants to fuck clavicular. She wants the hot guy in the foam cannon party up until the point where she realizes that she needs somebody who's going to be a little bit more, long-term for her. But again, this whole thing comes back to, when I'm talking like last week, and I've been writing about this recently, is when we talk about an equal exchange of value, there's never going to be an equal exchange of value between men and women. Okay. Simply not going to have it. When men are biologically, evolutionarily predisposed to be sacrificial, to take a bullet for that woman, to go and risk their lives for women. As I was saying before, you're going to be the one that goes down with the Glock, and you're going to be the one who defends against a home invasion. You're not going to be like, hey, I think it's your turn to go and do this now. It was 50-50. No, when you get jumped on the street and the guy's got a knife, you're the one with your knife in the belly, and you're the one that has to go and defend her as a result of that. You're the one that's, and here's the thing, even if you don't, even if you're a coward or a pussy, whatever, you're still expected to do that. Like, remember, I love using this as an example. There's back in the day, way back in the day, remember when the Titanic happened? And not personally, but remember when the Titanic happened, and like there was room on the lifeboats in the Titanic. It's just the men didn't want to get on them because they didn't want to seem like they were pussies. They didn't want to go down with the ship. They were self-sacrificial, but also, there's plenty of room.
A tad bit of classism, but yeah.
Most definitely as a result of that. But there was room on the boats.
Yeah.
Why didn't Jack just hey, make some room over there. Make some room on this plank so I can, get on it too, right? But they didn't want to do that. Or why is it that guys, will take a bullet in a mass shoot? Will take a bullet for a woman that they don't even know in a mass shooting event? Okay? Well, so as I've said before, and I think I've made this case pretty clear, is like, if that's the case, if there is no possible way that a woman can, or between men and women, there can never be an equal exchange of value, then either men are always simping, or there's got to be some sort of resolution that a guy has. And it's like, usually that's being idealistic, right? Like, for instance, I don't expect Ned, my dog, to, an equal exchange of value, right? Okay, I will put money in for his medical bills and his food and pick up his shit in the backyard and everything else, but I get something out of it. It makes me happy to see him happy, right? I like my dog. He's always there. He's good. When I get back, he's gonna be all over me like he's seen me for the first time in his life, right? As soon as I walk in, I was gone for 2 hours. And I get something out of that, but it's never going to be equal exchange, right? And the same thing is going to happen. Like when men want to talk about how other men, feminized men, Vici male men, like want to talk about, oh, it's 50-50. No, it's not 50-50. You have to die. She gets to live. There will never be an equal exchange. That's why you want to know why the blank slate and all this other shit is bullshit, is because of that right there. Why? Because there's innate differences between men and women. There's biological, evolutionary differences between men and women. And until you accept that as the reality, there's nothing I can really do. I'm not going to change your mind about, a woman who's going to be sexist with you for 6 months. Because what that is that's really, it's not only, people say, well, that's a lack of respect. I'm like, no, it's a lack of desire. She just simply doesn't want to fuck you. You say, well, she's disrespecting you. In the Bible, it says she's supposed to do this. The wife's body is the husband's, and the husband's body is the wife. Right? I'm paraphrasing God, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Women are supposed to submit, right, in all things to the guy. Do you want that? Do you want her to do that? I think a lot of guys get into, like, they want there to be some sort of obligation for that woman to have sex with them. And if that obligation isn't being met, then it's a breach of contract, right? When you say I do, it means I do want to fuck you indefinitely for the rest of my life. That's essentially what you're saying. That's what you're signing up for. It's for rich or for poor, for in sickness and in health, to love, cherish, obey. And I got another one for you on that one too. But forsaking all others. Till death do us part. Forsaking all others. Okay, so here's the thing is I'm only going to fuck you. This is our contract. I'm only going to fuck you till the day I die. You're only going to fuck me till the day I die. So if you are my only sexual outlet, then we need to have an understanding here before I go and I sign my name on the marriage contract, right? Guys don't do that. They're just happy that they're with a chick. They're happy that some chick said yes. Sometimes I get into trouble for saying this, but I think it's becoming a little bit more widely accepted. A lot of people want to say that women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of commitment. Bullshit. No, they're not. Men are not the gatekeepers of commitment. Women are the gatekeepers of commitment too, because women, right, especially today, more and more so, women don't need men for long-term security. They're independent, right? They make more money. They have that, like, more women own houses than men do these days. I hate to break it to you guys. They're making more money. They're more educated. They're going out and they're doing shit, right? Because they've been given every advantage since, the late 60s, right? So now here we are in the, 2026, 25 years into the 21st century, and the chickens have come home to roost. And so you want to know why the marriage rate is so low right now? Well, it's because women don't need guys. Why don't they need them? Because women can, at least largely, or at least perceptively, think that they can provide for their own long-term security. And if that's the case, then what do they need a guy for? To fuck. And if they're in a relationship, they've signed on to a guy that they settled with when they were 30 and he was 32, and like, okay, he'll do. He's not as fun as the guy I had when I was in college, in Cancun, spring break. But he'll do for now. And then after a while, 2 years, 4 years into the marriage, then it's like, do I have to? Women are far more predisposed to like sexual revulsion than men are. That's a well-studied fact. So when it gets to the point where that woman is comfortable in not having sex with you, and then you don't say anything about it, or you don't, there's no pushback. There's nothing that goes along with that. Like I said before, if a woman gets to 6 months of not having sex with you, she's okay with 6 years not having sex with you. And I put this out there as a poll, and I kind of wish I would have got a better response. Maybe I should have worded it differently. But I was asking just women. I wanted to just poll women on this, and it's kind of impossible to do, I guess, especially my audience on X. But I was asking women, like, how long can you go without having an orgasm? How long can you go without having sex, essentially? How long can you go without rubbing one out or using the pocket pilot? What is it? Pocket jet, or what the fuck they're called? I don't even know what they're called, right? How long can you go without like rubbing one out, ladies? Because if you're not having sex with that guy and you're not rubbing one out, how long can you go? Can you go indefinitely? Can you go for 6 years? Because I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I'm sure it's like in some of those marriages where the guys are at like the 10-year mark. I can't imagine that she's gone that long without it, but maybe. I don't know. That's why I was trying to poll, and you're never going to get an accurate number because it's all self-reported anyways. But I'm very curious to find out, because a lot of people will say, well, if she's not banging you, she's banging somebody else. I understand why you say that, but I don't necessarily think a woman can hang on and keep that hidden for 10 fucking years. Okay. So I think more women are comfortable in sexless marriages than guys are comfortable in sexless marriages. And that's why I kept saying, like I've dealt with guys who are, they're 8 years old, they're 8 years in, they're 10 years in. And I'm like, well, when did the sex dry up? About she stopped having sex with me like for about 6 months. And that's why I put this out there. People want to say I'm losing hope or he's being real nihilistic about this. You can turn it around. And I'm like, I'm not saying you can't, you probably can, but you're still turned it around with a woman who was okay with not fucking you for 6 months or a year or 10 years or however long it was. That's what the point of the tweet was. Nobody's going to get that. Speaking of which, my good friend Joe Myron is here. What are we talking about, Joe?
Well, today we're going to talk about Reignite Alpha and the mastermind we have coming up in Miami in May.
Yes. Okay. So
we are
plug time.
Exactly.
Are our boys are our guys ready? Or did you gave them the link? Right?
They're supposed to be here at 2:30.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine. Oh, there's one. Okay, I got one right now. I got Jay. Cool.
Nice.
All right. So what are we doing, Joe? Tell us what we're going to do.
We're just going to
I'll let you
about
go.
The masterminds, our experiences, how you help people, how we help people, how fun it is. And then, just the experiences the guys have. So like Jason's here and then we're going to have Noah and, we're just going to have a little chit chat about it because we got one coming up and we want to fill it up and have a bunch of great guys there.
Yeah. So we have the fishing trip that's coming up. That's already booked. If I get enough interest, I have a caveat, or I've got an in with Captain Nelson that if we get more than enough, we can do a 2-day if that's the case. So
okay,
but right now, as far as I know, we've got 3, like myself, Kilgore, and Harold are on. So I got 3 slots left open on the fishing trip right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is $997. Is that what we said?
Yeah,
that is $997 for that one. And that is. That's the add-on though for so what's the weekend? What's the whole week include?
Okay, so the idea is that the guys who actually buy the whole weekend have first dibs on the fishing slots because there's only 3 more, like you said. And then for the weekend, we are going to have you talk to us.
Yeah,
like over 4 hours of time, one-on-one time or small group time with Rolo, and then we're going to go out and do events. Rolo's going to be there, and everybody can come talk to Rolo. Like especially at the white party that we're going to, the Babes in Toyland white party, we have a table there. So it's there's tons and tons of beautiful women. In fact, there's more. The women there are probably more beautiful than most of you guys have ever seen.
Yeah,
in person. Like walking down the street, you might see one every year, every 6 months, but you're going to be in a place where there's 50 to 60 drop dead gorgeous women. And the beauty of the event at the Babes in Toyland party is the fact that because it's a charity event, everybody is much more open and sociable than if you went to somewhere else, like to a club and all these beautiful women are there. Everybody's much more social, approachable, and you can talk to anybody there for the most part. We'll have a table there, so we can invite the girls to come over and have drinks with us at the table or socialize with us at the table. We're also having, hopefully, Christian show up for a fashion talk. He is actually a designer of clothes,
Christian
men's
Baum,
fashion.
by the way. Yeah, Christian Baum from Jackson Maximus.
Exactly. And so he's going to help us with our fashion, how to build your wardrobe from the ground up, what colors work for you, what makes sense for you, what doesn't make sense for someone in your position, whatever it may be. We're also going to have women come, models, actual females come in a controlled environment where you can talk to them and actually get feedback from them. And then we all talk and just see what comes up, because it's nice to be with other men and see how they react to women, but also what their experience was when they were talking to a girl or a woman. And then that way, because we're all talking together, and this is the big part of the whole weekend is the brotherhood. Yeah. Because there's so many men that are out there in isolation. We're watching videos, we're watching the YouTube, but really not getting out and doing these things. And this is the beauty of this whole event is now you have a whole bunch of guys that are really, actually, we've had so many great guys in these events. It's been really super. Our last one was a blast, but going out and talking to guys that are in your exact same position, that understand Rolo's philosophy, intersexual dynamics, and then relating to each other and understanding that, hey, I don't have to be in isolation. other guys have the same problems I have that I didn't realize that everybody else had. And this is what you talk about too with your suicide, is because as men, we isolate and we don't understand that other men are going through this stuff too.
Right.
Obviously, Rollo, you've done such a great job at helping everybody understand that this is out there. But now you get to go live and you get to talk to other guys in this situation. And that's what we do in our Reignite Alpha community anyway. So this is just a really special event. Oh, and then on Sunday, we're actually going to get a yacht. So we're going to talk to the women on Friday in the controlled environment. Friday night, we're going to go out and hang out, and we're going to invite women to the white party. And then the women from the white party that we connect with and we have a great time with, we're going to invite them to go to yacht on Sunday. So the idea is for brotherhood, socialization, getting out, being in situations that a lot of you guys probably don't even realize exist or not even think are possible. And that's another eye-opening thing. But we need to bring Jason and Noah on here, and they can talk about their experiences with coming to our masterminds.
Cool. I'll put Jason in first here. Hang on.
Okay.
Put Jason on. There we go. Can you put him solo?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Okay.
Good, Jason. How are you?
Hey. Doing great. So, what you guys are just talking about, the thing that really stands out is brotherhood. When I came to the event in Las Vegas, I was kind of thinking fun in the desert, content opportunities, all that kind of stuff. And it was, that part was great. And I'm really looking forward to the white party events as well. But that said, I wasn't aware of kind of the emotional work that we did. So a lot of the exercises that we did with the girls and stuff like that was really good tools for life in general. And for me, one of my greatest challenges is time management. So I tend to overcommit, definitely type A. And, the result of that is stress and anxiety in a lot of cases. And a lot of the tools and exercises that we did, I find very useful for that part of my life. And, I think anybody that can relate to those things, stress, anxiety, kind of any emotional challenges in life, there's some really great things, as well as, the camaraderie and just overall great experience.
Yeah. So Jason, you're a calibrated guy, right? And you've been around, you've seen a lot. And what really stood out for you when you came to the event? And actually, let me back that up real quick and go back to, you're a guy you're an airline pilot. You go around the world, you see everything. What got you interested, and what got you to actually pull the trigger on coming to the event?
I'd say networking with high caliber people. So I'm a big fan of Rollo, of the red pill. And when I say red pill, I mean the truth. I want to know the truth about things in life. So I'm a big fan of everything about this community as it relates to that, and evolutionary psychology. And I feel like this group is, I feel like I found my tribe, so to speak, a bit. That makes sense.
Yeah. And did when you were at the event, were the people there the type of people you believed that were going to be there when you actually bought the package?
I really didn't have any expectations. I would say it was a well-rounded group. I enjoyed the group. I enjoyed, everybody's company. I thought it was a great experience. Great interaction. I think, we kind of all come from different walks of life, and there was a lot of variety. And, obviously I think we share a lot of common interests and perspectives on certain things, but a lot of diversity as well. So, I thought it was enjoyable.
Cool.
And insightful.
Yeah. Noah, what,
bring Noah in.
Yeah. You're also super calibrated. And you don't have any problems talking to women or socializing and being in social functions. And you're a world traveler. So, it's not like, it's something that you needed to do to just show up at and get to be better and better. What made you pull the trigger to come to our event?
I would say, the skills wise, good, but the calibration was still an aspect. A doctor friend of mine gave me Rollo's book, and had been around the space for a while, but there were still questions. Am I calibrated properly? Unanswered questions or maybe things that were talked about that I wanted more information on. And being able to have you can be a part of the audience on YouTube, but to be in the audience with Rollo, yourself, Joseph, and ask questions and get answers is just invaluable. Nothing comes close.
And what stood out for you when you were here the most?
Overall experience. I mean, as far as one of the other questions to Jason was, the group of guys fantastic. I wasn't sure what to expect. There were other guys that I have different personalities that maybe historically didn't like or mix well with, but everybody is supportive. So being able to interact with other guys in the group of different personalities gave me an opportunity to expand my skill set. And then live sets that Joseph, you put together were phenomenal. I mean, yeah, I can no issues with being social with women, etc. But there's Joseph puts together some really amazing challenges to get you out of your comfort zone or ideas to expand your surface area in communication skills, relationship skills, etc. And some of those sets were phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And then how about going to the parties? What where like I kind of said the most beautiful women you'll ever see. You know, I made that claim.
And now everyone in the comments saying, "Oh, those are just Las Vegas skanks." Yes.
Yeah. So what's your take on that, Noah? Because you went to Miami with us last year. What was what really stood out for you?
It's phenomenal. I mean, it's Miami. I mean, it's the most elite level locales, and then in Vegas as well for the other event. I mean, if you're in even a major metro, minor metro area, DMA, it's just another class. I mean, it is the ultimate class. And yeah, there's the event, but I mean, we went other locations, restaurants, dinners, parties, after parties. So it's not just one event. I mean, you're in field for a lot of different opportunities. So I mean, it's abundant. It's an abundant environment. Exactly.
Yeah. So you've been to 3 of our events, right? So what's making you come back?
As far as the reason to come back is everything. I mean, the being part of the tribe, other people to support this time around, and then having an external frame of reference as well. It's like, hey, was I calibrated in that? If I've got a question, if I've got a hang up, or good advice, brotherly advice. Hey, I think you're getting hung up on this. Just move past it, let it go. I see it as a phenomenal amount of resources. The information. So, I mean, you can read Rollo's book and you can watch YouTube and you're going to get good information. But Rollo and Joseph yourself, the amount of resources that Rollo and Joseph have beyond information is the invaluable part. And you're not going to get those over YouTube or book. It's in person at the event, in motion, live settings, live sets, etc.
Yeah, I think Noah just answered the super chat right here. Question to the guys: what did they learn from being live than from the book material, or I guess my podcast material too?
Yeah, and I would say I would expand on it as far as the resources. You can, maybe previous Red Pill. It's like, man, how does that person, or maybe the sidebar as far as maybe books related to Red Pill stuff. You can see, man, how does that person handle that rejection? Or how does that person bounce back and just immediately talk to another girl and have no bad feelings, emotions, etc.? Getting the actual resources on building your own internal value, frame of reference, etc., mental point of origin, seeing it live in person with other guys straight from Rollo and Joseph, you can't beat it. I mean, that's what you need. Maybe you have the information, but you don't have the resources, and this is the location and the time and the event to get the resources and implement them for yourselves.
I think people have like sort of this preconception of like mastermind. I hate even using that term masterminds because everybody uses that. I feel like what we do, I guess I understand it, but like, I feel like what we do isn't really like a mastermind so much. I think it's like an event. It's just like a meetup. And Like I'm not the kind of guy that likes to go and, do a whiteboard or something like that. I would much rather sit around a table with you guys and talk and answer questions, and like kind of like what I do here, right? Because I think like having that one-on-one and being able to just sort of like be at the same level rather than it being like a classroom setting. And I know a lot of guys like get a lot out of that. I'm not saying I'm unwilling to do that, but I think it's better when we all kind of have a group discussion and we're all like, communicating in that way. And then one of the tenets of Reignite that Joe and I had right from the beginning is like, men tend to communicate better when they have a common purpose, or when they have a shared goal, or they have a shared interest of some kind. And so that's why we do, fishing trips. That's why we do. We went out on quads back in October, which was actually a whole lot way more fun than I thought it was going to be.
Well, and then we put a photo shoot together. So there was like
a photo
10
shoot.
beautiful
Yeah,
women
so
out there with
there's
us.
beautiful women out there with us because of the photo shoot. We might go to the gun range, right? Or we might go play golf. Hopefully, we'll play golf. We played a Top Golf last time. But like we're trying to also incorporate things that are just hell fun to do. I don't want you to be bored for 4 hours in a classroom. I want you guys to go out and smoke cigars and talk, right? Or I want you guys to go. And of course, everybody's going to use the smoking cigars, and they're anti. That's what we do. That's like, so what, but we're trying to. The other thing we do is we schedule our meetups and our gatherings, I guess, around Babes in Toyland, or around events where we know that there's going to be at least one major event, big event, where there's going to be a good chance for you to go out and meet women of a caliber that you probably never have opportunity to meet, right? So if it's in Miami, if it's in Las Vegas or during swim week, I'm not against doing like San Diego or Los Angeles or some other places.
Yeah, we've already done one in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we did one in LA.
2 in LA, yeah.
But taking it on the road is part of what we do. But primarily, I'm of the opinion that if we're going to do like sort of a men's group kind of thing, I want it to be something that's memorable. That you're going to get your money's worth, because you're going out and having a good time. Like, you're taking time off of work to come out and do our thing. I want it to be worth your PTO or whatever it is that you had to do, right? So, and not only from making it enjoyable, but also making it as educational and as helpful as it possibly can. Because as you guys know, if you've read any of my books, usually the last chapter of the book is about like, I want to see what you've done. I want to see what your, how has this material, how has this education, how has this equipment helped you? Where were you before and where are you now? And this is like the greatest time. It's like I get to see you guys face to face, and you guys say, Rollo, I was like this, and then I read your stuff, and I started implementing this, and I figured out, I came up with this great idea according to like what you were talking about, and it worked. And so now their lives are in a much better place as a result of that. I'm like, that's, to me, is way more valuable than winning trophies or getting accolades. It's like, I think a lot of people like look at me and they'll be like, well, Rollo just wants to get flowers. He just thinks he owns the Manosphere. I'm like, no, that's not what it's about. I would much rather hear guys' success stories, or like their sort of come up stories, and where they were before and where they are now. To me, that's what makes all this worth it. So.
Yeah. And so is there something that stood out to you guys specifically that you really felt was, I'm not going to say necessarily life-changing, but really was an experience that you didn't expect, or really had a profound moment for you, where it's not maybe necessarily just partying or meeting women, but actually, had some internal growth?
For me, I would say the internalization. So, I mean, having a supportive environment, practicing new skills, new challenges in the inset mastermind, and just internalizing that and bringing it back. So, I mean, yeah, you can say, oh, now I've got confidence, but the confidence doesn't come until you actually implement it, internalize, and then it applies to everything. I mean, you get more confidence in one area of money, muscles, game, frame, it bleeds into everything else.
Was there, like, for either one of you, was there one specific moment that stood out?
Well, I'd say for me, the thing that I didn't expect, I touched on earlier, was the emotional work that we did. Like I said, I think that's invaluable, because it's something that you can implement in your everyday life. I mean, I think as a man, especially, it's very important that we don't react to things or behave emotionally in life. So the more control we have over our emotions, I think the better served we are, the better decisions we make, and ultimately the better our lives are. So I did not expect the emotional, work and exercises that we did, the stuff with the girls, the stuff individually. But, Joe, you and I have talked about that even outside of the event. And I think that's great. That's one of the greatest takeaways for me.
Nice. And then that's my other question. Oh, this is a little bit different. You two actually brought your girlfriends out too. How was that experience?
Yeah, Noah, especially start. Noah, you go first, Noah. I want to hear your story, Noah.
Phenomenal. Like I have a fantastic relationship. But I still wanted to participate in this group, and I'll take a little tangent because like whether somebody is going through a zeroing out situation or like it just started, you're halfway through, whether it be a divorce, anything else. There's not shit for support, or even there's local groups like divorce care. None of these people have any legitimate resources for actual men. Like, it's terrible. Like, it's a joke. I mean, the people run anyway. So as far as I wanted to participate with a group of like actual, I call it real hombres, like men that are on point with business, finance, everything else. It's a beautiful locale. Of course, I'm going to bring my beautiful girlfriend to come with me, and I still make time to attend everything as far as the group goes, and the weekend event. And then when there's appropriate times, then she can come with me, or we get together after an event is over or day is over.
Nice. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting that you guys showed up with your girlfriends. And Jason, what was your experience?
Yeah, I was going to say, Jay.
Yeah, we had a great time. I mean, my girlfriend loves to travel. She loves events. It was a great balance of, me doing things with the group and everything that was kind of planned out. And then, us attending the town nightclub party for Halloween. So it was a blast. Everybody was dressed up. She made friends with one of the guys' girlfriends that came out to visit, and they hung out during the day when I was doing my thing with the rest of the group. And something I wanted to mention before too that Noah kind of touched on is the group of people. Just I mentioned diversity earlier, but some really interesting and really successful people, some really good people. So also going back to what you guys were talking about earlier in terms of the difference between getting content online or reading books or whatever, there's certainly a difference. There's a different energy and a different experience to doing things in person with people. And so that's a big part of this. And, I'm a huge fan of just being in the right rooms in life, right? You could be a big fish in a small pond or whatever, but I'd rather be a small fish in a big pond. So, really great company for the event.
Okay. And so if you were talking to someone that was sitting on the fence about coming to one of our events, what would you say to them?
Do it. Yeah, don't hesitate. Do it. I mean, take action. That's how you get results in life, by taking action.
Nice.
Yeah.
Noah?
Let's also point out that it's not just the events too. I mean, we have a weekly call.
We have the whole Reignite Alpha program
as well,
which is it's one-on-one coaching, it's online classes, and then we have weekly calls with Rolo one with myself. I work with social and emotional mastery, and Rolo works with everything. Rolo works with intersexual dynamics and all the the depth that you go into.
You have access to my network and his network too of guys. Like whether it's like we try to cater our program for the individual needs of the guy, right? So if it's something about like if it's fitness, if you want to work out, or you want nutrition, you want something like that, or you're trying to figure out how to get back in the gym, you're trying to figure out what to do for yourself. If I can't help you personally, we know like people that like Drew Babe, we had him on as a guest speaker. We had was it Brian Bejan? I gotta say his name right. Bejan, yes, for the emotional work kind of stuff. He was just our most recent guest that we had on the talk. I've had James Sexton for guys who are going through divorce. So if I've never been through divorce, so I can't really relate to you. I can't tell you exactly what to plan for, but I know a guy. I know the best dude in the industry to bring on, and you could have, you could discuss it with him. So it's also about access to our network. So we try to be as specific as we can, even at the meetings. Like we're going to Miami, middle of May, and it's going to be the 14th. 14th through
so
the
14th is the fishing
17th.
trip, and then the 15th through the 17th is the actual event.
Yeah, the event's on the 16th. That's at Strawberry Moon in
the Babes
Miami.
in Toyland event.
The other thing is I will be there, of course. I'll be there early with Mike Sartain, and so you also got access to Mike, right? We also have people that are coming in for. I can't really give you a full guest list right now, but I wanted to make this announcement before. Fresh and I and I think I'm sure Myron was involved, but we're probably gonna have clavicular at the Babes in Toyland for this one. I know for a fact that my good friend Jake Monroe, who has been on the show already, Goth Jake is going to be there because he's going to be in Florida at that time. So there will be other people there that maybe you're familiar with, maybe you're not, but they're part of my network. They're part of the people that I know. And so whether or not they're relevant to you is kind of like, I don't know, but if they are, that's available to you as well. So it's not just about sitting around with us all the time. There's also, you have access to other people that are going to be there as well too. So especially at the parties too, because at the party, Mike's there, I'm there, other people will be there as well too. So even if you just want to, if you just want a photo op or something like that, that's great. But I think the real advantage of the events is we're putting you into situations where you can actually exercise your skills. As he was saying before, we have, as part of our sort of seminars, our get-togethers, we have a group of girls, like anywhere, half a dozen?
It depends on how many guys are there. Yeah,
how many guys we have.
We've had,
and they have conversations with them. And so one of the things that we've found over the years is that guys will say, well, I don't know what to say when I'm in I meet a girl and I'm not a great conversationalist, right? I lose the plot, once I have the conversation. And so we have women come in and you have a conversation with them and they'll tell you, hey, this is what you're doing. And so they're going to tell you, what the conversation was about and how it made them feel and what you could do better or what you did good, right? And then we will have it we'll set it up in such a way where they'll be receptive to you. And then maybe on the next round, they'll be like standoffish to you a little bit, just to sort of play that part to see what, to see what you would do. Right. There's it's funny because I remember back in the day in the RSD days when Owen Cook and Mystery and all the rest of these guys, they used to go out and try to get shot down. They would put $20 in the pot and they would go out and they would try to get shot down. And the reason they were doing that was because they were trying to acclimate themselves to rejection. Like most guys, when they fear approach anxiety, or they have a real fear, and I think probably more so now than ever before, because most guys today report that they simply have never even gone out to ask a woman out, like live in real person. And I think a lot of that might have something to do with certainly the guys in our case might have to do with social skills that have atrophied, right? In Gen Z's case, it might be they just never had those skills in the first place. But how do you practice? How do you get out of it? Well, one of the ways is you do exercises like what we do. And you get live feedback right there in real time. And so you don't feel like an idiot when you're out there in the field and actually doing this stuff. So you can get you can calibrate sort of in the lab, I guess, and then take it out into the field and then use it out in the field. And so that's I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think anybody else is doing that. But one of the last point I wanted to make is that there's a lot of like shit being thrown around at the Manosphere these days, and how it's a bunch of snake oil salesmen, or it's HS Tiki Taki, or it's Sneeko, or it's the rest of these guys that get run up the flagpole by Louis Theroux inside the Manosphere stuff, or and of course everybody, out come the wolves as soon as they get the permission to go out and like start shitting on everybody. The thing is the reason why myself and Joe and Mike Sartain and the guys who actually have quality stuff, the reason why we don't make it into those documentaries is because we're here doing the work. We're actually doing something that's positively affecting men's lives, and they don't want to hear that. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's like probably the most frustrating aspect of all this. It's not me not getting the call. It's that people who actually need the help are going to see that and go, I don't know if I really want to join Rolo's thing because, I don't know what's going on. It seems like it's kind of sketchy or whatever else. And so when we have like Noah, we have Jason come in here, we have other people come in and experience the group, and they realize that it's actually something that's beneficial, it's lifetime beneficial for them. In some cases, life-changing, some cases, life-saving. I think that's probably the most damaging aspect of people shitting all over the Manosphere right now. This is what we do. This is what Mike has done, and we don't get the accolades, we don't get the press for this, but it's there, and we're actually making steps at trying to improve guys' lives, and that's really what this is about. And if that comes to health, wealth, and relationships, and then the frame that comes from all of those things, you could be like these. You could be married. You could have a girlfriend. You don't have to be single. I think what's funny is a lot of guys will, or a lot of critics will say, well, you're basically manipulating these guys who are in a precarious position, or they're emotionally unstable, or they're insecure or something, and you're essentially profiteering on these guys. And the fact of the matter is that's absolutely not what we're doing. And I think when we get guys like Jason, we get like guys like Noah on, and other people as well, it sort of puts a period at the end of that sentence, and that we're actually doing stuff. We're actually here making a difference. We're not just raising awareness. I know it's easy to say, well, we're raising awareness to the male loneliness epidemic, or we're raising awareness to the male self-deletion rate, right? Well, that's great, but what are you actually doing about it? And at least I can say that we are actually doing something about it, and it is affecting guys' lives, and it's having a positive effect on them. So I'm so glad that we're doing this right now. It's just sort of give sort of a testimonial, but also verification of what we're doing. Right? We're not out here trying to scam people. This is like, I don't want you to pay for something you're not getting anything out of. I want you to come in and learn something and be a part of this tribe, and participate in the conversations, and participate in the exercises, and have fun while you're doing it too. Mm-hmm. So that's really, that as far as Reignite is concerned, that was kind of like our, I guess, do we have a charter? I don't even think we have a charter really, but that's, if there's a mission statement or a charter, I think that's really it.
It's really to help men in pain get out of the pain. I mean, if they're going to put it right at the bottom, that's what it is. Because at some level, we don't feel like we're good enough, and it's to get with other guys. First of all, to realize you're not alone, and secondly, hey, then how do I get out of this? And that's what you're all about, and that's what we're all about here at Reignite Alpha. Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Anything else? Last words? Last thoughts?
No, this is awesome. Thanks, guys, for listening.
And don't forget. So the dates are
May 14th. For the fishing trip with Rolo, and then May 15th through 17th is the actual event. If you're interested in it, you can go on Instagram to Reignite Alpha, and then you can just DM me on there, and I'll give you the details, and then we can, if you want to just jump on a phone call or something, we can talk about it too.
Yeah,
exactly. One thing that I'm trying to set up is to have Casey from MOA come out and give us a social media talk that he gives for the MOA guys, and actually do a photo shoot so you guys can have photos for your Instagram to upgrade your Instagram, which is basically a giant dating app.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Essentially helping you with the skills that you need to survive in the modern sexual marketplace.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's funny because I joke about this, but it's really kind of true. Is like it's helping guys reintegrate themselves back into the sexual marketplace where they have, like I said, those skills have atrophied, and they don't realize, like a lot of guys don't realize how important Instagram is. They don't realize how it's all about perception, right? And just to sort of get their foot in the door so they can even have those conversations in the first place. So a lot of times, a lot of guys get back, and they're trying to get back on the horse. They're trying to get back that mojo that maybe they had or maybe they didn't have, but they're coming out of a bad divorce, or maybe they're coming, they're just like trying to learn new skills, or they're just trying to be a come up that they never really were. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to actually help guys in real time as best we can. And we do that through events that are a lot of fun. So, and then we have another one coming up in August as well. So
we're going to try and do some, we're going to try and get the airplanes to do air-to-air combat for one of
the
events.
Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to drive a tank. We have a tank. You're going to drive a tank in Las Vegas. I really want to do that. I'm trying to think of like all the wildest shit that I can think of that we could do.
Well, we went shooting with these guys when we were here.
Yeah.
We had a shooting event. We brought in an instructor, an actual weapons instructor who showed us how to do it. And then we went to the range and shot.
That was fun. It's funny because what I learned from that experience, I tried to replicate with Jake Monroe, because Jake has never shot a gun before.
Oh, really?
And so
Never?
when he was here, I took him to, it was one of the ranges we went to. It was one on Blue Diamond. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. He enjoyed the hell out of it too. And I think that's probably what sold him on coming to Miami. So, but anyways, guys, thanks for joining us, man. Much appreciated.
It was great being on with you guys. Great to see y'all.
Thanks for taking your time out of your day.
And hold on.
For sure.
You guys are not paid to be here, correct?
You weren't paid to be here.
Not paid. No.
Happy to be here.
Genuine.
These are not paid.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, see you guys.
All right.
Good seeing y'all.
Well, cool, man.
Okay,
Joe,
Rolo, I'm out.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Okay.
Gotta go.
Keep on the show.
Yes. Thanks for we had to do this now because I'm going into the hospital on Tuesday, and this is like probably the only time we could have done this. So,
nice.
But yeah, if you guys are interested, I gotta put this back on. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, DM him at Reignite Alpha. He is on, or you can just go to reignitealpha.com, or you can go to Instagram for Reignite Alpha and do that. So, getting back at it again. So gosh, where was? Oh, I was talking about sexless marriages, wasn't I? Speaking of which, so when I am talking about this stuff, I think a lot of guys get the impression that I'm in some way like shitting on sexless marriages, and you shouldn't just basically throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that is in no way my intention of this. But I think it's important to be realistic about shit when it comes to a sexless marriage. And as I said before, if a woman can get to the 6 month, the 6 month mark in a sexless marriage, she can get to the 6 year mark in a sexless marriage. And it's at that point, I think guys, at the very least, guys need to reassess. And I think that a lot of guys will get, it's kind of like this, never say die kind of thing. Like they're really committed. Maybe maybe it's a religious thing. Maybe they are, maybe they are in a religious, situation, and they, like, hey, I don't believe in divorce. I want to do it. But okay. But the problem is it's not so much your marriage is now not based on natural desire. It's based on obligation. And that's really what I'm getting at in this whole article here, is that after a certain point, it becomes about obligation. And I kind of have to compare it to, I have this, there's one of my Iron Rules of Tomasi, which is, I think it's number 7, which is, never root through garbage once you've taken the garbage can to the curb. Well, sometimes you're taken to the curb and trying to rebuild or rekindle or in some way, put back together a failed relationship, or how do I get my girlfriend back? How do I get my girlfriend back is probably one of the most common questions I'm asked, and over the years, I mean, as far back as like when I was on the So Suave days, and then there's, I'm in a dead bedroom. Like there's an entire thread on, and I realize this. There's the married red pill threads. I realize that there's a whole thing about married red pill. Technically, I guess I'm part of that as well. I'm not shitting on marriage. I don't necessarily think marriage is a bad thing. I'm just saying a sexless marriage sexlessness has to be part of the deal, especially when you consider that there is never going to be an equal exchange of value. So if sex is the one thing that keeps that marriage, sex is the glue that holds the marriage together. If that's the case and that's no longer there, what's your incentive to ignore the fact that there's never going to be an equal exchange of value? And this is presuming you're doing the best you can, right? You're on top of your game. You are in shape. And I hate that I have to even like clarify that I have to like use that as some sort of caveat right there. Assuming that you are, right? Because that's going to be the first thing that anybody's going to say when it comes to, like, especially in the comments and the replies. I'm ready for that. The reflexive response is going to be like, it must be his fault that she doesn't want to fuck him, because if he was on top of his game, if he was leading in the marriage, if he was going to the gym, if he had, 6 feet tall, 6-pack abs, finance, blue eyes, trust fund, 6'5", whatever, then she would want it. Like, what girl wouldn't want to fuck him? Well, the problem is guys do that and their wives still don't want to have sex with them because they have that impression. There's a lasting impression of that guy. And he's the dude that was okay, at least for a time, that was okay with her going 6 months without fucking him. Oh, I can do that? Great. Then I can go further. Then I don't have to have sex with this guy? Great. Awesome. Because he's not as fun as the guy that I remember back when, in my college days. The guys that like maybe I'm an alpha widow for. Or maybe it's just, I don't know, they're in a state of sexual retirement. And I'm not talking about menopause. I'm talking about like women who are like still in their late 30s, early 40s. They might be perimenopausal, I guess. But the fact of the matter is like even in those situations, I think there's this presumption that if you're doing the work, you did all work, then you're all good. She should be wanting to fuck you again. And the problem with that is like maybe one of the things that Jim Sexton always talks about when he's covering divorce, he'll give you the true divorce rate, which is somewhere around, I think for first divorce, it's 43%. For second divorce, it's like 64. And for like, for third marriage, I believe is 73% divorce rate. Right. And it's funny. It's kind of pathetic that we even have to have a third marriage, statistics there. But I guess we do. And then when you combine all of those things together, it becomes like the raw divorce rate, which is about 56%. Like you take all of those in aggregate and you put them all together. But as part of that, like one of the sort of the side topics, I guess, a side note from Jim Sexton is like, he wonders how many of these marriages are really satisfying marriages. And depending on whose numbers you use, I've seen it as high as 25%. And some people want to say it's 30, but like somewhere between 20 and 25% of marriages in the US are considered sexless. What that means is you're getting it 10 times a year, basically. It's once a month for, if you're getting it once a month or you're getting it 10 times a year, I guess that qualifies as a sexless marriage, according to the CDC, according to the APA, whoever's rating that. Not to say nothing of no times a month. And so what is that guy supposed to do? So is he supposed to go out so if you ask TradCons, if you ask women in the replies though to my article here, it's, well, he needs to communicate his needs. He needs to communicate his frustrations. Well, he does. And now maybe she has sex with him, but she's only having sex with him out of a sense of obligation, not out of a sense of actually desiring him. And I'm going to tell you right now, man, fucking life is too long to be wrapped up in a woman who, to be, contractually bound to a woman who doesn't want to have sex with you, especially when there can never be an equal exchange of value between you and that woman. At the very least, I mean, I keep saying this, I don't know how to express this in any different way. And maybe this is like really super misogynistic for me to say this. But the thing is like, if that woman doesn't appreciate the fact that she's with a guy who would take a bullet for not just her and her kids, and is willing to sacrifice himself in so many fucking ways, not only just mortality wise, but in life decision wise, is willing to compromise his commitment to himself to uphold the commitment that he has to her, and she still doesn't want to fuck him. That's now that's a lack of appreciation. That's disrespect is what that is. It leans over into disrespect, because what happens is what you do, and it's just, remember the male form of respect and the female form of respect. Like the male form of respect is performance based. It's performance hierarchy. It's not a dominance hierarchy. It is a performance hierarchy. Are you doing enough to merit me wanting to fuck you? That's what it comes down to. So you dying for me, that's not enough for me to want to fuck you. Okay, well, what else do I have to do? You've got to make X amount of dollars. You got to do this. You got to be this tall. You got to have this. You got to be in 10% body fat. You've got visible serrates. You basically have to sacrifice so much about yourself. And I've written about this. This is in the first book. It's the chapter called Appreciation. And I spelled it out in no uncertain terms back then, is that women fundamentally lack the ability to appreciate men facilitating their own reality, facilitating the reality of women. So I'm not saying that, guys who like maybe you work and she works and you have to do that. I mean, middle America, guys, average people, average couples, both have to work. They're most people are paycheck to paycheck. I understand that. They're the people of Walmart, the people that you see in the airport, right? The average lay person. And so I get it. She's fat, he's fat. What are you going to do? Right? But I'm just talking about the fact that these are guys that, like, clearly I'm addressing the guys who are making an effort. Clearly I'm addressing women who simply lack a fundamental appreciation for the guy and facilitating her reality. That's why I'm talking about this. I mean, most guys are okay with it. They're like, hey, well, it is what, hey, sex is supposed to fall off after you get married. And statistics actually show that, like within 4 years of marriage, the sex drops precipitously. And people go, well, that's just the way it is. And then you get to the point where there's no sex. So it goes from like drip-fed sex to no sex. And that's no way to keep a marriage alive. That's like, why would you, like, one of the things that gets me is like, whenever I'm having this, I'm trying to counter the criticism of trad cons like Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh or whoever, when they're talking about, is marriage worth it? Is marriage not worth it? Or there's like CGA versus Andrew Wilson, and they're talking about, well, is modern marriage worth it? Part of that conversation has to be not about, I'm going to lose half my stuff, or I'm going to be, I'm worried about divorce, because that's where everyone goes. Like, well, they say, well, men don't want to get married because they're worried about losing half their stuff in divorce. No, they're not. You know what they're worried about? They're worried about a sexless fucking marriage that they are trapped in. They're not worried about the final outcome of divorce. I mean, maybe they are to a degree, but like that's not the first and foremost thing. It's not why guys are hesitant to get married or hesitant to even like ask a woman out. Is because if they get into that relationship, they don't want to be that guy who is like going through this grinding involuntary celibacy. That's what their concern is. Because I'll tell you, if there's a 0% chance of you getting laid in marriage, and there's at least a somewhat of a 5% chance of you getting laid when you're not married, they're going to go for the 5%. It's just like I said, it's simple fucking pragmatism. Now, to address the comments, is like, well, I know guys, and I know them personally, that guys have turned shit around for themselves. I've done it myself. Talk to guys in like I have a. If you go and you, well, it's in my third book. It's in Positive Masculinity. I have 4 chapters in that book, and it's called the Reconstruction Project, right? And what I've done is like I wrote that series of chapters, that it's like a 4-chapter series as part of the book, to help guys who want to stay married, but they want to find some way to get their wives to want to fuck them again. And most of the guys will do this. They go like ape shit. They'll go they go, well, you know what? She doesn't want to fuck me, so fuck it. I'm going to let her know that I'm going to the gym now and she could suck it, right? Or I'm going to go and do these things. I'm going to, get a better job. I'm going to do this. Like they go overboard, right? They're overt about it. And when I was writing that set of chapters, I was thinking that the moment you do that, you look like a petulant little child. You look like you're spoiled. You look like you're doing, well, first of all, you're doing it for her. You're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it for her. So the first part of the reconstruction, when you are trying to change the course of your relationship, change the course of your marriage, is to break up with her. And I don't mean like you file for divorce or you just say, hey, I'm done with you. You break up with her and you're up here. Like, I'm done with her. We're just fucking roommates. If she wants to, I'll be civil with her. I'll be her friend. I'll do whatever. I'll take out the trash. I got to do what I do. I'll still do those things. But I've just now broken up with her. And so the reason why I start with this is because it puts men in the mindset of like, what would they be doing if they were single? So what would you do? Like if suddenly, like you got a roommate, she's here. That's your wife, right? She's your roommate. She won't fuck you. She has no respect for you, clearly, because she's not fucking you. And you're just basically platonic. You're in a friend zone. You're in the friend zone marriage, right? There's not even a chance for sex, right? It's all emotional. Like that's what I mean. Like if you look at the friend zone, as opposed to like having a friend with benefits. Those are the inverse of each other, right? So if you're in the friend zone, whether you're married or not, it's all emotional investment with no possibility of sex. That's what the friend zone is. All emotional availability, all friendship, all the things that you would normally be doing for someone that you were having sex with, or you're in an intimate, a romantic relationship with, but no consideration of sex. And then the flip side to that, of course, is the is being in the fuck buddy category, right? Which is no emotional investment and all fucking. That's all it is. Like, okay, you ready to go? I'm ready to go. Let's go. That's the casual. That's the friends with benefit. That's the fuck buddy, right? I have had 4 of them in my lifetime. I know exactly what I'm talking about. But there's no, hey, come meet my parents. There's no, hey, we need a joint bank account. There's no, hey, let's get a dog together. That doesn't happen in friends with benefits, right? It's just sex with no emotional, no long-term. It's just, hey, you want to get after it? Yes, I do, right? And the funny thing is like, women will do that. Women will do friends with benefits. They will. I'm not saying all of them will do that, but I wonder how many women in their quote unquote hoe phase have gotten into the friends with benefits category, or they've got a guy who's sort of like the guy that they go to if they're horny or whatever, if they're after it. And they might be with somebody else. They might be trying to work something else like long-term with another guy, but they'll go back to the other guy because maybe this doesn't work out the way they want, and they'll fuck their fuck buddy, and then they'll go back to whatever their relationship is, right? Or what they hope their relationship is going to be. Those are usually the guys that they end up pining for later, but they're there. They're a convenience. They know that there's not going to be any future to that. They're not going to have the talk with that guy. And so what is it? It's all sexuality with no emotional investment and no long-term security investment in it for that matter either. Now, take those 2 dynamics and put them into marriage. So in a friend zone marriage, there is just that there's no possibility. It's like this unwritten rule. It's this contract that, hey, I'll give you a peck on the cheek or something like that. I'll give you a hug at Thanksgiving, but like I'm not a sexual being. I'm not a sexual person. So you're essentially friend zoned in your marriage, and it's worse because now you're contractually bound to be in the friend zone with that person, right? Now, is there a possibility that you could be friends with benefits with that woman? I think there probably could be, but I think that's much more rare. Like, why would you be in the relationship if you weren't having sex with her? That's the thing that gets me is like, I keep asking, like people will say a lot of times that, well, why is sex such a big deal? I'll get this from guys. Guys will say, well, Rollo is so obsessed with sex. It's not the most important thing in the world. What about the Lord? What about your purpose? What about your mission? What about this? What about that? I come up with this hypothetical situation. I've said this on a couple of other shows, but I think it bears repeating. Is if you met, and I'm going to try to cover every base here, Kyle, when I talk about it. If you met a woman that was perfect in every way, she was hot as fuck, she was sexy, she had the perfect body, she was exactly your type physically, she was feminine, she was nurturing, she would make a great mother, she knows how to cook, she cleans, she is, she takes care of her shit, and she is in every way wifey material. She's exactly the chick that you would want to get with. And you're about to marry her and you say, okay, I really want to get with this girl. You can have kids with her through artificial insemination, but she will never have sex with you. You can marry her and she will be the perfect wife for you. She will be the perfect mother for your children. Okay. You cannot go outside of the marriage to have sex. You can't cheat on her, right? Because that will end the marriage. Okay. But for all intents and purposes, everything in your marriage arrangement is absolutely perfect. Ideal situation with one caveat. You can never have sex with that woman. You could rub one out, I guess. Maybe that's how you could take care of yourself. And you can have children, and she will be a very good, through artificial insemination. You jizz in a cup and they put it in it, right? You can never, she'll be even affectionate to you. She'll hug you. She'll get, she's very platonically affectionate with you. Would you, with the full foreknowledge of that, would you still marry this person? If sex is completely out of the question and you will never have sex, and she will never have sex either for the rest of her life, and you will never have sex for the rest of your life, And there's no, mutual masturbation, nothing, none of that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about there's no sexual activity whatsoever between the man or the wife and the husband. And otherwise, it is absolutely ideal. You're the perfect wife, your perfect life. However many kids you want to have, you can support them. She's nurturing. She knows goes to church on Sundays and pays her fucking taxes. If you had that level of ideal wife, but with no sex, would you marry her? No thanks. Thank you. Yeah, of course not. Of course you wouldn't marry her. So if that's the case, then why are we having this discussion at all about whether or not, sex is that important or this is? No, it is that important, and it's okay to acknowledge that. It is okay to acknowledge that. So one of the things I tell guys, especially when I was talking about the reconstruction project, is if you ever find yourself in that conversation, and a lot of married guys do, because the first thing they try to do is like open communication. And you talk about it, talk about your need. You're not meeting my needs. She doesn't fucking care. She doesn't want to fuck you. You're contractually bound to her needs. In fact, her needs supersede yours. In fact, most men go into a marriage believing that from the jump. I'm just going to make sure that she's everything. I'm going to be the perfect boyfriend for her. I'm going to be the perfect man for her. I'm going to meet all her needs. If she's unhappy, then I'm unhappy. What can I do to make you happy? What problems can I solve for you? Right? They're pre-whipped. Right? And the very idea of prioritizing their needs at all, even talking about those needs or talking about their frustration, is, well, first of all, everybody in the replies will say, "Oh, that's misogyny. How dare you think in such terms? You're not owed sex." Okay, well, then what's the prompt? What's the dynamic here? Men are never owed sex. Well, I'm sure the religious guys are going to say, well, that's not what is in the Bible. If she's not meeting her wifely duties, what are you going to do? You can't divorce her. There's no infidelity. There's no adultery. There's no, sexual immorality or she looking at other men with lust in her eyes. That doesn't exist. And she's not looking at them. She's not looking at you, right? She hasn't done anything to really, break the contract, religious or otherwise. You're fucked because you're contractually bound too. It's basically this game of chicken. Like who's going to get a porn addiction first, or who's going to go out and cheat first? And usually it's going to be the guy, because the guy has a higher libido, higher sex drive. Sorry, not sorry. That's the fucking reality of biology. And I don't care what your religious convictions are. Your religious conviction and your morality is downstream from your biology. At some point, it's going to be an issue. At some point, you got to eat. Papa's got to eat. And so all these guys want to say, well, if you just talk it out, if you just have the communications, if you tell her what's what are you going to tell her? Seriously, I want to know. What are you going to tell her? Hey, we haven't had sex in a long time. I think it's time we have sex. First of all, now you're negotiating. You're negotiating sexual desire. Hey, here it says here in the scripture right here that you're supposed to fuck me. Did something change? Yeah. No. Now she's obligated. She doesn't want. Okay, go ahead. Are you done yet? Let's see that what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stress the importance of that desire. I'm trying to stress. Thank you. I'm putting that on here right now. Hang on. Thank you very much. Yes. You must be the knife chief. Yeah. Thank you. But you have to be you can talk about it all you want. It's not going to, it doesn't until that's what I said. When I'm talking about breaking up with your wife in your head here first, you're not saying, hey bitch, I'm breaking up with you. You do it. And you just start going to the gym, or you don't talk about it. Do not explicate, demonstrate. Get up at 4 a.m. and go to the gym, get in better shape, eat differently, eat better. If you can in some way make more money, if you can get a promotion, if you have a side hustle, if you have your own business, whatever it is, and you're focusing on those things, money, muscles, and game, you're in monk mode in your marriage. You're already there. Most guys, sexless marriages, they're already in monk mode anyway. So what do you got to lose, right? So, but the thing is mentally you've broken up with that person. And so over time, you get better. All right. You get in better shape. You get better attitudes. You understand like what happens when you're a fat ass and you lose weight. And now you're down to, you put on like 8-10 pounds of muscle and you're down to 12% body fat. I'm trying to think what would be ideal. Right. And you're doing everything by the book. You're doing everything that should, by all logic and all empirical data and all analysis and all objective reality, should prompt arousal in your wife, right? You're doing all those things, and yet she's still, in some ways, maybe she's even more threatened by it now because now you're better looking. Now other women want to fuck you. So then what happens is other problems arise. Why are you doing all this? Because you want those girls to fuck you. You want those guys. I'm like, well, you're not fucking me, so why wouldn't I? Why? So what is the where's the threshold here? But anyway, so you get to the point where you have built yourself up, and maybe even in the ideal sense, she actually does start to come around. She actually starts to want to. I've polled guys about this before, and I'm still curious as to what the actual stats of this are. But I asked guys in the past, and I can even ask the audience here, like, how often does your wife of however many years initiate sex with you? Has she ever initiated sex with you? Because when you get into that sexless situation, like at best, you're trying to communicate, right? At best, you're kind of like in that friend zone marriage. At best, when she's decided that it's, she's got to the 6-month point, she's not having sex with you, and she has no desire to have sex with you, and you're negotiating and you're talking and you're communicating your frustrations and your needs and everything like that. At best, you're in the friend zone. At worst, you become a sex pest. You become destiny. You become destiny in your own fucking marriage, right? You become a sex pest. Now can we? Well, you said no before. I've got this Excel spreadsheet, and you know how many times you said no to me this month? You're supposed to say yes to me. Like you might as well kiss your ass goodbye at that point, right? There's every now and then this story keeps like surfacing. I think this happened in like 2013 or 2014. There was a guy who kept an Excel spreadsheet of how many times and the reasons why his wife rejected him for having or for blowing him off for sex, right? And so he's asking, she says this, I have a headache, I have this, I have that. Like he's just this laundry list of reasons why she wouldn't have sex with him. If that's you, if you think that that's a good idea, you should probably just file for divorce. If it occurs to you that you should probably keep track of this and then show her later, here's how many times, like 6 months, 8 months, 9 months later, here's how many times I've asked you to have sex, and here's how many times you rejected me, and these are the reasons why. She knows. She already knows that. You don't have to make it black and white for her. She already knows that. She's already done with you. What you need to do is accept the fact that it's over. The fact that you needed to do that in the first place to remind yourself or to convince yourself that that's time to go, that right there makes you ineligible for sex with her. So anyways, you get to that point when in the reconstruction project where you have rebuilt yourself and you put yourself together. Now, this is ideally, right? Put yourself back together, just like everybody in the, wants to criticize me about in the replies. And you've done all that. My next question is like, when you get towards the end of it, is it now you're attractive. Now you've upped your game. Now you make more money. Your money muscles in game. You've leveled up. You're doing everything that you should do, or that should get her to come around, right? And sometimes that happens. Sometimes guys will do that. I have no doubt. Like I know there's guys who are saying, hey man, you shouldn't be saying all this, Rollo. That sounds very nihilistic. I know guys who've gone for 8 years, 10 years, and they read your book even, and they leveled up, or they have a different relationship. Now their wife wants to fuck them. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, that's great. But you still went 10 fucking years with this person. You went 8 years with this person. You went 8 years of either drip-fed sex or no sex at all. First off, what does that say about you? And then second of all, even if you were able to pull it out at the end, 10 years later, she's still the kind of person who was okay not having sex with you for 10 fucking years, man. I mean, is that someone you want to be with? And that's the question that I asked at the end of the reconstruction project chapters in my third book, which is called Positive Masculinity, available on Amazon. It's very popular, actually, because it focuses a lot on parenting and family and stuff like that. That's why I put the reconstruction project chapters in there. It was 4 guys who wanted to sort of, get their wives to fuck them again, because it's a very common question. And I had to address it at some point. And so as a part of that, the final question is, okay, now that you have leveled up, now that you've gone from a 4 to a 7.5 or an 8, or you've certainly improved your prospects, right? Women and men treat you differently because you're in better shape. You have a better outlook. You're manifesting behaviors as a result of improving yourself. Great. Awesome. Okay. Now that you've gone from 0 to hero, you've gone from being that 4 to being an 8, right? Now, let me ask you this, riddle me this, Batman. Is the woman that you are married to, have been married to, you've been in a sexist relationship for, is she someone that you would want to date, knowing everything you know about her? Is she someone that you would want to date now? Like if you were single and you met your wife for the first time, but you knew everything about her, right? You still have that history, like you still have that knowledge of that foreknowledge of her. If you met her at a bar, at an event, whatever, you met her somewhere, would you want, like, would she be worth your while? Would she be worth courting again? Would she be worth approaching? Would she be worth running game on? Is she now someone that you would want to get with in the first place? And I hate to say it, but like for the most of the guys that I worked with, it's no. They don't want it. They wondered why they ever started the reconstruction project in the first place, because now that they're at an elite level, but they're at a better level, they've leveled up to where they are. They realize that if they were to have to do it all over again, they simply would never have even approached her in the first place, knowing what they know. Well, if you're ignorant about it, of course, you might, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But like, would she be somebody of the caliber that you would say, you know what, now that my sexual market value is higher and I'm looking at her and I know that has the capability of going, 3, 6, 9, 10 months out of, with no sex period. She's okay with celibacy or whatever, with me. Is she someone that I really would want to get with in the first place? And 9 times out of 10, those guys are going to say no. Or it might be the guy because he's got religious obligation. Maybe I hope you have a good life. I hope you can turn your marriages around. I hope that happens. But the reality on the ground is that if you went 8 years, 10 years in a sexless marriage or a drip-fed marriage, and suddenly you did all these great things, and I'm glad you do. I think men should level up for their own sake, not for the sake of solving women's problems, because that's what it boils down to. Is solving her problem. You became better to solve her problem with you. What's her problem? She doesn't want to fuck you. Oh, okay. Then I'll become the guy that she wants to fuck. But you weren't that before? No, you weren't. So that's the question, right? So I wasn't that before we got married, and that's why you stopped fucking me, but you still married me anyway? So why did you marry me? Well, because you married the lifestyle, right? Well, now you're somebody that I want to fuck. And a lot of blue pill guys, a lot of guys who are sort of trapped in that negative feedback loop, or that the idea that they should, like they have a commitment to the idea of commitment, right? I'm committed to the idea of commitment. I don't want to break my commitment. Okay, well, what's your commitment to? My commitment is to her and her well-being and everything. Okay, but then at the expense of your commitment to yourself. And that's the difference between mental point of origin, you being your mental point of origin, and her being, or your future girlfriend or whatever, like a female kind being your mental point of origin. I'm doing all these great things because I want my wife to fuck me. Would it not be like, and one last point on this, would it not be better for you to spend time on a new prospect than it would being trying to rekindle what is already broken? Like if you broke up with the girl, there's no marriage involved. Like to say, when I'm talking to guys who are still pining for an old girlfriend, one of the reasons I use the iron rule of Tomasi number 7, which is, never root through garbage once you've taken the can to the curb. That's a metaphor for once you break up with that woman, don't go back, because all of the things, all the pre-existing things that were there that led to the breakup are still there. And when a woman that you're married to is not fucking you anymore, she's effectively broken up with you. You have to live with her, but you're basically broken up. What happens after a breakup? You're not fucking anymore, right? The only problem is, the only difference really is like you break up with a girlfriend, she goes back to her apartment and you go back to your apartment and you start over again, right? You can't do that when you're married, but you're effectively the same. Like the end result is the same. You're not fucking anymore. So when the sexlessness begins after 3-6 months, you're rolling the fucking cart. you're rolling the trash can out to the curb, but you're going to go try to fix it and try to make things better because you think that you have a commitment to doing that. You have a commitment to being what you think she wants. And again, this goes back. This is why tradcons love this conversation, because tradcons will always say, well, you have a duty of your masculine duty is to solve her problems. Your masculine duty is you owe women a better life. She's your wife. You're supposed to do everything for her. It says so in the Bible. You're supposed to love your wife and she's supposed to respect you or honor you or whatever it is. I don't even know. You notice that love is not on there? Love is not on there for women, but it is for men. Like there's some real concern that men aren't going to love their wives, but there's the only concern for women is women are not going to respect their husband. Listen to your husband, obey your husband. He's the authority. I was wondering about that too, because like there's this, where did it go? I'm going to see if I can find this. Do I have have this in my notes here? I haven't put it up yet. Hold on a second. I'll drag this in. There's this poll. I want to say it's an IFS poll, and I have it right here. I think this is funny. So this is it right here. Okay. IPSOS. I'm not sure what the source is for this, but this has been making the rounds on Twitter recently. A wife should always obey her husband, and they went baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen X. By the way, I'm the Gen X that is male, and yes, I believe that women should actually obey their husbands. Call me a traditionalist, right? But let me tell you something. I put this out there as a tweet, sort of as a social experiment. Like I just simply asked one question: should, ladies and gentlemen, whoever, should women obey their husbands? And let me tell you something. Women, just using the word, like you think submission is triggering for women? Use the word obey. You use the word obey. And that's a whole different context right there. I believe that women I believe that wives should obey their husbands. Well, if he's not making enough money, I'm not going to obey. Well, okay, so now you're telling me that the premise of your marriage is based on wealth enforces will, right? Whoever's making the most money gets to set the rules. Well, what if you're Lana Del Rey and you're married to the alligator hunter and the alligator guy? He can't possibly, compete with the kind of money that Lana Del Rey does. Is Lana Del Rey beholden to obey her alligator hunting, airboat driving guy? So that's the thing is like, okay, well, ladies, are you Christian ladies? Trying to get men to go to trying to go to church with the unchurched men, like those guys are like, hey, we'll go to church with you. Would you obey that guy? Would you obey him like out of hand? Like, well, he's my husband, so I have to obey him. I have a different experience with this because I don't really call it obedience, but I can remember I've told this story before. But there was a time when I was working in wine and spirits, and I was working in Reno, and I got the opportunity to relocate from Reno to Orlando, and because they were relocating the headquarters, and they said, "Hey, we're gonna pay for everything. We're gonna move you out there. Relocation's on us. We really value you as an employee, and we want you as a sort of like a creative partner in all of this because I was the goose that shit the golden eggs for them, and we really want you to move to Orlando." And I didn't even consult my wife. I'm like, "Yeah, we'll do it. I'm going to do it." That was the first thing out of my mouth. I didn't think twice about it. But then I had to tell my wife that we were moving, right? So I took her out to sushi one night and I said, here's the deal. We're moving to Orlando, and I just accepted this job. They're going to move us out there. And my wife didn't say, well, what about my career? What about my family? What about my friends? What about blah, blah? None of that. That wasn't even a concept in her brain. You know what she told me? She said, I'm your husband. I go where you go. That's what she said. Is she obeying me? And remember, we're making I was making a little bit more than she was. She was working in a hospital. She was an X-ray tech, CT tech at that time. And I was making a bit more money than she was, but maybe 40 grand, 50 grand more than she was. So then you could say, well, you're making more money, so therefore she's sort of beholden to you, but she's still making money. Right? So there was no conversation about, what about my needs? No, it's like, we're going. Okay, we're going. There's better opportunity for us here. This is where I want to go. This is what I want to do. This is, this is what I'm locked into right now. And there was no hassle, no frustration, no argument. There was just one quick sentence. Like, you're my husband. I go where you go. And that was, you could say, well, maybe that's out of a religious reverence or something like that. But like, how many modern women today, how many millennials and Zoomers would be okay with that? How many baby boomers would be okay with that for that matter? I think not many, because I think that what happens is, because your marriage is a transaction, or it's based on this 50-50 concept of some sort of egalitarian thing. If the structure and the basis of your marriage is 50-50, and that's your partner and here's your partner, if you're in that sort of egalitarian thing, and you still claim that you're in you would like to have him lead in the family, or if you're trying to default to some sort of Christian ideal where the man is you obey your husband. If that's the case, for A, why aren't you fucking him? And then second, it shouldn't matter how much money he makes, because he's the husband. He's the one that declared by, it's his birthright. It's declared by God. The man is the one who makes the decisions, and you go where you're my husband. I go where you go. Unless I make more money than you, and then fuck you, then I get to make the rules. So are you a Christian or are you a capitalist? Are you is it wealth enforces will, or is suddenly your religious convictions fly out the window? And I will tell you right now, so let's bring this back around. So if that woman is not having sex with you, and I'm just putting this as sort of like religious obligation duty right now. If that woman is not having sex with you, and she says, you're not living up to my standards, you're not living up to God's standards, you're not living up to, you need to make more money, you need to be better looking, you need to lead in the family, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do more chores around the house, you need to there's this laundry list of shit. If that's the case, she's not, but she's
not a Christian.
She's not. She's a capitalist. She's or communist, redistributing the wealth. She's not her convictions mean shit, because that desire should be for you no matter what. And I think more and more people right now are waking up to the fact. You want to know why we constantly have these conversations about the marriage rate, or why Patrick Bet David is trying to talk about the fertility rate. It's not the fertility rate, it's the marriage rate. People can't have babies if they're not getting together and they're not fucking in the first place. Let's talk about the sexless marriage rate, PBD. Why is that not an issue? Why is that not the first thing out of your mouth, right? Ladies, you should, first off, men, I got to be paying you a little bit more, because men, when they are paid more, then suddenly the fertility rate goes up. Imagine that. The other thing is that should that woman's, the basis of that woman's marriage be founded on her lifestyle and the money? Remember, for richer, for poorer? Fuck that. I'm going to write my own vows. You must make X, Y, and Z. Like, you want to know why women have such a problem with prenups, is because it puts them at a financial disadvantage. And men just saying, hey, I need to have a prenup with you. Like, most guys aren't going to do that anyways, because they don't think that they have anything to lose in now or in the future. I think what's funny is like guys who would like presume that they're going to have money in the future, and they want their wife to, when they don't have money, they want their wives to sign a prenup. They cast that in this idea that like, well, that's kind of a slap in the face. That means you're basing your future marriage on you're betting that it's going to fail. That's why you have a prenup. It's insurance. You're protecting yourself from a future failure due to finances, right? I'm like, okay, fine. Well, that's great, but you can't have that argument, TradCon guys, and also base your relationship on exactly the same transaction. Well, you need to be, you don't want the prenup is like sort of a failure of faith, but if you're not getting laid in your relationship, it means that you're not making enough money. You're not living up to your masculine duty. You're not hot enough. You're not in the gym enough. You're not performing to a level that she has. So it's not about God, and it's not about like her actually having any natural desire for you. It's about money. It's about lifestyle. It's about her feeling, I'm going to need to feel secure. Well, how do I do that? You make more money. You look better. You become fuckable. You become a guy who she wants to have sex with. And if not, it's not her problem. It's not her failure. It's because you and the Lord have a problem, and she's just the fallout from that. Who wants to get into that situation? Who gives any foresight to it? What guy wants to sign on for that? It's not about the divorce that could happen at the end. It's about the living. It's about 8 years of not having sex and then turning it around, right? Or it's about 10 years of not having sex and then turning it around. What guy's signing up for that? Oh, I can possibly get laid if I stay single, or I can most definitely not get laid if I am married, or I get laid for a little while. It's the loss leader, right? It's the bait and switch. I get laid for the first 4 years and then it's because I'm not living up to expectations. And those expectations, those goalposts move further and further and further with every single time. It's not about the fucking goalpost. It's about the desire. That's it. So that's why I wrote that. You can go check that out whenever you want. But the thing is, I want to know why I'm wrong. Tell me, like, so many people want to say, well, he's kind of become black pill. He's kind of he's nihilistic now. He really changed. And I'm like, no, I haven't changed. Don't attack me. Attack my fucking argument. Read the fucking article. I haven't done anything different. I'm saying anything different than I've said over the years. I'm just pointing out the obvious here. If you have a problem, your problem is not with me. It's not with, Rillo's changed. Why are you not attacking what I said in the argument? Why are you not? Well, did you read the article? I love it when people do that. Like they'll read the title of the article. The article is, the article is why your sexless marriage won't get better. Oh my God. That's all they read. They're not, it's 935 words. What's that going to set you back? What, 3 minutes, 5 minutes? You could read the whole thing in like 5, 6 minutes. But you don't. You just read the goddamn title of it and you go, Joel must have jumped the shark. Tell me why I'm wrong. Hell, I was responding to Dr. Deborah So and Chris Williamson in the beginning of this. How am I wrong? Attack the argument. Tell me why it's different. I'm all ears. Especially in this case, I want to be wrong. I'm in a pretty good marriage. I don't want it to fucking devolve into that. How do I head it off at the pass? How do I prevent that from happening? Great. Tell me. Because from all I can see right now is you reach the 6-month mark, you might as well reach the 6-year mark. And that's what these guys tell me when they get out of these relationships, when they get out of that sexless marriage. I mean, the first thing they want to do is get laid. That's most of the guys from Reignite, I have guys that are married, but if I got guys that are coming out of a relationship, it's like they were released from prison. They need to be reintegrated back in the second marketplace. It's like Tulsa King, man. You've been put away for 25 years and you don't know how the society is changing. You don't know how society works anymore. You need somebody to help you out with that because you're using old skills, or you think that they might work. They didn't work in your marriage, so you're double fucked when you come out of it, right? So, yeah, I mean I'm just relating what guys have been telling me. I have a pretty good marriage. It's not sexist. I'll tell you that right now. It's fucking great. But the thing is, and of course, that's the first thing they say. Well, Rollo must be projecting. No, I'm not. I'm talking about guys that I work with. I don't want them to waste another fucking minute. You've been 6 months, 6 years. I don't want you to waste another minute on a losing prospect. As I said in Iron Rule number 7, it is better. Your time is better spent. Your time, energy, effort, money, everything else is better spent on new prospective women than it is trying to figure out and untangle and pick her fucking locks. Untangle her mind games and untangle the whole, well, what do I got to do? I got to do this. Okay, I'll go do this. Oh no, it wasn't that. It was because of this. And now you find yourself 10 years down the road. And you're still now you're jerking off, and now maybe you've fucked a few prostitutes or whatever because you're trying to meet your needs that she's not meeting, or you have an emotional affair or you're hooked on some chick, or you 2 or 3 chicks, you're simping for girls on OnlyFans. People wonder why guys want to get, you're like, well, how come it's mostly married men? I forget what the stats are, but I know it's like something like 80 or 90% of like you can look this up. How many of the users, how many of the male, well, I guess there's some female, but how many of the male users of OnlyFans are married men? Perplexity. Figure this out for me. Kyle, figure that out for me. What are the stats?
80 to 89%.
80 to, hey, this is according to Google's, okay, 80 to 90% are married men. Ladies, why the fuck do you think that is? Remember, he could rub one out to Pornhub anytime he wants. It's clearly not just the getting off. I mean, there's sex to it as well, obviously, but it's engagement. Of course, but this is married guys, guys who have made that commitment, guys who said, I do, but the ring on the finger. Why? I want married women to answer that question for me. Why do you think that is? Ladies, in the comments later on in the show, I mean, once we're done in the comments, I want ladies to tell me why they think that 80 to 90% of the user base, the male user base, is married men. Why? Makes me wonder, like, how many of these guys who, if you like say, if OnlyFans wasn't around, how many of them would have divorced? How many would say, you know what, fuck it, it's not worth it? And people hate it when I say this, but like, I guess you could apply this to OnlyFans too, but like, pornography has prolonged more marriages than it has ever destroyed. And I don't mean that. I mean that in the clinical sense. Okay? Well, I can't believe Rollo said that. It's an addiction. It's immoral. Yeah, it is. But it has prolonged more marriages than it has destroyed. Because if that's the only way that guy can get his sexual needs met in a sexless marriage, like, ladies, let me dispel this stupid idea for you. Men and women do not have the same sex drives. Okay, if that guy has gone 6 months without sex, he has jerked off several times in that 6 months. If he has gone 6 years, multiply that by an order of magnitude. Okay. That guy he's not just like sitting there when, he's not taking saltpeter, so his dick doesn't get hard. That guy still wants to he's either rubbing one out to Pornhub, or he's got OnlyFans girls, or have found some other means to vent that need for sex. It is happening. Don't fool yourself that it isn't. And you know what? I think most women already realize that. If they're in that relationship, he's jerking off. Oh, you got a tug job at the massage parlor. And then, of course, that's the out. Well, that's sexual immorality. He's stepped outside the boundaries of the marriage. I got him because Jesus said that he's looking on women with lust in his eyes. That's adultery, and that's my out. Ding, escape clause. I wonder how many women have used that. Like that. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, they come up with these bullshit ideas of like, well, it's an emotional affair with his work wife. I saw, by the way, I did see that interview with the chick who was part of the Coldplay couple. Yeah. And she was on Oprah. Oh my God. Could cry me a fucking river, man. It was like the dude lost his fucking livelihood. He can no longer be I forget the dude's name, is something or other. Is it Andy something? She is on there and they're, oh, bravo. You're just so brave and courageous. Like, she is just like, I'm just like, this is like a year and a half, 2 years after, a year ago. It was a year ago. A year after the fact. And she is still, I got to clear my name. I got to make everything right. No one cares. But even like Oprah, I put this on Oprah. Oprah, why are you even having her on? Like, is it that slow on Newsweek? Like, can't you jump on the Manosphere shit too? Like, I mean, like, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyways, so let's see. So anyways, if you want to go read that, it's but my most recent article that is on X right now, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And I mean, I think a lot of people think that when I write stuff like this, that is some sort of like repudiation of stuff that I've talked about in the past. It's not. Again, remember, I'm not trying I'm not trying to advocate for anything. I'm saying this is why your sexless marriage won't get better. That's the title of the thing. I'm not saying you can't turn it around. I'm just saying here's why it won't get better. Here's why. Here's like, attack my thinking, attack my concept. Don't be lazy. You owe it to yourself not to be lazy. With me, especially, you owe it to yourself not to be lazy. You want quality in the manosphere. You want guys who actually are thought leaders. You want guys who are actually thinking about these concepts and sort of mulling them. I might be wrong. Please prove me wrong. But we're going to have the conversation. I'm the guy that's going to do the thought experiments. I'm the guy that's going to, I'm not saying it's settled fucking science, unlike a lot of evolutionary psychologist guys who hate the fucking manosphere. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use Twitter polls to say this is the definitive gospel on this fucking topic. I'll leave that to the hacks. I'll leave that to the guys who want to hate on the manosphere, who want to straw man the manosphere. I want to have conversations about this. This is the kind of stuff that I used to get into back in the So Suave days. So don't come at me. Oh, Rollo, I can't believe you're like this. Boy, you've finally gone black pill. No, I haven't. Read the fucking article. Attack my ideas. Tell me I'm wrong. Show me how I'm wrong. I would love for you to show me how. Oh, no, you can really bring it back. How? No, I know you can. Well, how? Give me your breakdown. Show me show me the work and your trigonometry fucking equation. Show me the work. It's meant to prompt conversation, for fuck's sake. You're never going to have, you want to know why we have like the UK spending 20 million British pounds on re-educating, young boys on misogyny, and they don't want little mini Andrew, because there's no fucking conversation. They don't want to have that conversation. Why don't I get picked up for it? Why don't I get asked to be on Inside the Manosphere, Louis Theroux? Because they don't want the conversation. They don't want to hear what me and Mike have to say. They don't want to have us explain the trigonometry equation for them. They don't want to have those conversations because they might be forced to think about their ego investments in certain things. Maybe it's marriage. In this case, it might be marriage, sexist marriages, right? But it can apply to other things too. So instead of blowing it off, instead of going, oh, Rollo, he's really changed, instead of you bullshitting that, like, why don't you attack the argument? Why don't you tell me why my premise is wrong? I'm all ears. Then we can have a conversation. You know when you can't have a conversation? When people want to call you a misogynist. When Rob Henderson and fucking Ben Shapiro want to tell you all about the manosphere. And you know what? If I go and I say, hey, Ben, I'm available. I'll fly out on my own fucking dime to go out to Nashville, Tennessee, to Daily Wire, and I will talk to you about what the manosphere really is and have those conversations as to why this is what it is. Never get the call because they don't want the conversations. They're lazy. Don't you be lazy too. Don't, like, this intellectual lethargy just fucking grates on me. It's like, you want to change the world. You want to change things. I want to change the birth rate. I want to change, the male loneliness crisis. I want to make sure, you want to talk about the male suicide rate or the marriage rate, especially the marriage rate. All you guys are so fucking invested in, like, hey, come to church and we're going to get you a fine, nice midwife, and you're going to have, more babies with this girl who, she's going to wear this frock, whatever it is. Like, great. That's your dream, man. This pastoral, dream, this agrarian, dream. Okay, awesome. Tell me how you're going to do it. I want the fucking process. I want the mind. Well, can we have a conversation about that? No, it's just the ideal. Why? I don't know. We're not going to talk about it. It just seems like a good idea. We're going to live on a ranch in Yellowstone. Raise cattle. No, you're not. I know cattle ranchers. I know one of the guys in my Patreon group, Get Justice, man. I know cattle guys. No woman wants that. I will say no woman wants to get up at 3:40 in the morning, reach inside a cow's uterus and pull out the baby calf at that time. No woman is doing that. None of the girls that we talk to anyways. I would love to live on a ranch by a river somewhere and live that idyllic life. No, you wouldn't. You realize how much responsibility is involved in that. Anyways, speaking of, let's get to some of these super chats here before I move on to the next problem. Hey, there we go. What time do you guys? What time do you go live for this show? 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. Say it again. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, every Sunday, The Rational Male. I want to add it to my calendar. It seems to be a little different every week, and I want to catch you from the beginning. Best of luck on your health. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Yes. Okay. So you might be asking that because I have done a series of podcasts midweek recently. I did a Reignite show with Joe and some other guys. I did a Reignite Zoom call. So I'm kind of doing more stuff during the week, although that's going to taper off once I go back to the hospital. Coral Osborne wants to do another show with me, by the way. We'll have to do it via remote. I already told you this. Here's an announcement. I did a really fantastic, if I do say so myself, podcast on Sean Kelly's show with Rashad McCants. If you don't know who Rashad is, go look him up. He used to play for the Timberwolves, and then
I think so, yeah.
And he's on Sacramento Kings, right? And so he's an NBA player, and he's retired now. He's 41, but he's been making the rounds on podcasts, and he wants to, you can put him on the screen. By the way, he wears that crown. If you find the picture of him with the crown on, he had the crown on the entire time that we were doing the show. Where is it? There you go. See that crown that's on his head right there? He had that crown on. I went into Origin Studios and he had that crown on. I was like, this is going to either be the worst show I've ever done or it's going to be the best show I've ever done. It turned out to be the best show, but he's a really cool dude. And don't let it's the Jake Monroe effect. Don't let the look fool you. Okay. He's really smart. He's a really cool dude. He's actually one of my new friends as a result of doing this. I'm glad I said yes. But I went on and, Sean Kelly wanted to build this podcast as a debate between me and Rashad. And so I looked up Rashad's stuff, and I know he was on Anton Daniels recently, and I like Anton, by the way. Anton, call me. I would love to do a show with you. I think he is a really positive force in the Manosphere right now. Anton Daniels is great. The other guy, I forget his name. Is it Jeffrey James from Jeffrey St. James from Ask a Brother podcast? Fantastic. Those guys, go follow those dudes. Follow Anton Jan. I'm telling you now, especially if you're one of the Black Manosphere, needs guys like this. Anton Daniels and Ask a Brother podcast. Those guys are awesome. Obviously Fresh and Fit too, and CGA as well. But like those are two guys that I don't think people know enough about. Anton Daniels and Ask a Brother podcast. Go subscribe to those. I am endorsing. Roll Tomasi is endorsing those guys. So I watched Rashad do a little bit of a podcast with Anton Daniels, so I knew what I was getting into. And I didn't realize this. He dated Khloe Kardashian back in the mid 2000s too. And we did not talk about Khloe Kardashian. That was kind of a long time ago, but he is on board. He wants to start his own podcast. He's in Los Angeles. He actually wants me to help him out with it. So I was like, fuck yeah, I'll do it. We had a really fantastic show. In fact, it was so fantastic that I think Sean Kelly is going to move it up to probably making it live sometime in the near week, or he usually like front load stuff, but I think it was so good he wants to get it out there immediately. So it should be coming up soon. I'll let you guys know when it comes out, but it's a really great podcast. And again, it wasn't a debate. I told Sean, I said, you can bill it as a debate, but it's really going to be just me and him talking, because like 90% of the stuff that he's talking about, I already agree with. And we just need to just flesh it out a little bit more. It was fantastic. It was really, really good, really good connection. So do check that one out when it gets dropped. If women prefer sharing an alpha over a faithful beta, why does cheating hurt even with no resource or commitment loss? Ooh. My girl says it's a breach of trust. It's not a breach of trust. Cheating is always a breach of desire. Okay. I think it's the male competition anxiety. Thanks again. Okay. So if women prefer sharing an alpha over a beta, why does cheating hurt you? You mean cheating on her side or on the guy's side? I think it's necessarily like, even if there's no resources or commitment loss. Okay. So, I think it's from a guy's perspective. The reason why, if the guy is like, say he's like the alpha, and he's more out. Again, I'm using these abstractions again. Because I think men are wired differently than women when it comes to sexual investment. Okay, It's why guys, like when there's infidelity, when a woman cheats on a man, the first thing that guy wants to know is, who was he? Was his dick bigger than me? Was he taller than me? Did you fuck here? Did you fuck in the bathroom? Did you fuck in our bedroom? Did you fuck on our bed? Did you get off? Did he come inside you? Are you going to have a bed? Like they want details, and women fundamentally don't understand why they think that men are like sort of beating themselves up by asking these very sort of visceral, graphic questions about it. No, that guy's trying to figure out, like whether he knows it or not, he's trying to figure out if the baby that comes out of her womb is going to be his baby. That's what it comes down to. And so that's why it's much more raw for a man, because that man wants to know if he's being cuckolded. That is an existential fear of men, is to be cuckolded, is to invest in a child that is not their child. God, I should get into this. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. Okay, I'll give you the short version of this. So that's why it hurts, right? That's why when women say, I'm done with you, and they're getting with another guy, I've had guys tell me, like, I can't get they've never seen them fucking. There might not be any like video evidence of it, but guys will imagine the chick that they were really into fucking another guy. Rollo, I can't get these images out of my head. I should play you this video. I've got this really great video for you. It will explain everything. So anyways, that's why it still hurts after that. But there's a premise, there's an idea. I'm not saying I necessarily sign on to this wholesale, but I read about this in The Ape That Understood the Universe by Steve Stewart Williams. Really great book. Okay. And he was talking about memology and all this other stuff. But there's one point in that chapter in that book where he was talking about there's a school of thought in evolutionary biology or evolutionary psychology, however you want to chalk it up, right? There's a school of thought that proposes that all life, whether it's bacteria or it's plants or it's human beings or it's mammals, your dog, whatever, all organisms are merely vehicles for DNA. The only thing that will survive you, like you will die, but your DNA will go on. The only part of you that is effectively immortal, that will stay on planet Earth after you're gone, will be you passing on your genes to the next generation. So what happens is the competition, the life form competition, is the vehicle that succeeds in proliferating their DNA the most. You could probably say fungus are probably the most proliferative, right? You know, because you think about that. I'm certain there are other species that are better at it than human beings are. But the thing is like we're the smartest and we're the ones that have the apex species on planet Earth, right? But we're still subject. Now, do I think for a moment that if it's all meaningless and it's all DNA? No, I don't. But the thing is that but from that level, you can begin to understand why it's so important for men to know, did you fuck him in the kitchen? Did you fuck him in the car? Did he come inside you? All this, because that fear of being cuckolded goes back to, if I put all of my energy and all my effort and all my money and everything into a child that is not my child, it's another man's child, and I believe that it's my kid, I've been cuckolded and I don't know that, then my DNA doesn't go into the future and this other guy's does, because I was tricked by this woman who, by the way, women always know that their DNA is going off into the future because they know that the baby that comes out of them is at least half of their genetics right there. So, and then if you go and you look at, like, say, the genetic record, if you look at the human genomic record, was it more women, depending on the era, but more women than men, always by a great magnitude. Sometimes some people say like 17-1, some people say 7-1, depends on which numbers you're looking at. But it's always the same. More women reproduce than men reproduce. And I was talking to Mike about this. I said, in some ways, maybe we're barking up the wrong tree with this. There's always going to be guys who are simply going to be reproductive dead ends. And maybe, hey, I will help you if you want to be helped. But maybe you're a genetic dead end. So the alpha males, it's best for guys who have sexual opportunity, it's best for them to follow a plan of promiscuity rather than monogamy. For guys who don't fuck, for guys who are low on the sexual opportunity scale, who are lower value, who have lower mate value, it behooves them to promote an idea of monogamy. Why? Because it's the only way they can be somewhat relatively sure that their genes, since they're a vehicle for their genes, that their genes are going to go off into perpetuity, because they believe that, in marriage, because they believe in a pair bonding and the nuclear family and all this other stuff. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that exists. The idea, the concept of a family exists because it is a methodology. It's a means. It's an adaptation to ensure that your genes go into the next generation, so that when you die, the only part of you that is effectively immortal is what goes on into the next generation. You are a vehicle for your DNA. It beautifully explains why men are obsessed with making sure that the kid is their kid. Why do guys lose their shit when their wife says, later on down the road, they do some sort of genetic testing, or they do a mouth swab or something, and like they figure out that the kids who are like now in their 30s were never really his kids. And he put them through college and everything else, and he believed for the longest time that they were, but no, they were actually her college boyfriends, right? That she met up and fucked him one night and told him that you were the father. Why does that guy then go and kill the wife, kill himself, and kill the kids? Why is that an impulse? Why would infanticide be a reflexive impulse for that? Or at least certainly make it so upsetting that DNA tests have to be regulated so the guy doesn't do that, right? Why? Well, if you understand that the organism is the vehicle for the DNA, it makes perfect sense. I have been spending all of my time and my energy and effort, and now I'm not going to be able to reproduce. And it's the sense of betrayal. Why would you even feel betrayal after that? Why would jealousy or betrayal or mate guarding even be a thing if it wasn't of primary importance for that man to have a genetic legacy, to make sure that his last name is carried on? Because that's what's primarily important to guys. That's why they react the way they do when it comes to infidelity. That's why, again, that's your $10 version of why it hurts so much when the infidelity takes place. That hurt is there as a reminder that your genes are not going off into the next generation. Or maybe they are, but she was cheating on you, and she wants to, now you're wondering if the kids are yours in the first place. It sucks, because now you have to. Why does that mental anguish even exist? Why don't you just say, okay, whatever, fuck? Why aren't you just cool with it? Why is there a revulsion response? Why is there a jealousy response? Other people saying this is that there's another part of this is saying, well, the reason why you are disgusted by the idea of incest is the same thing, is genetic purity, right? The reason why we are there's a sort of a sexual revulsion response to certain things is as a result of wanting to send your genes into the future with someone or not someone. Why are women so obsessed with you could talk about rape, but I'm talking about rape in the sense, but why is it such a concern for women when men, through whatever means, whether it's psychological, it's political, or whatever, when it comes to birth control, or it comes to abortion, when it comes to all this stuff, why are women so totally obsessed with the fact that men would be in any way have a say in women's reproductive rights? Because they want to be in charge of where their genetics go, because they are vehicles for their own genetics. That's why. When you take that away when you take away sexual selectivity and sexual choice for women with who they reproduce with, that's when you get the Handmaid's Tale, right? That's why Handmaid's Tale is so frightening for women. That's why they'll dress up in those red gowns and the flying nun hats, and they'll go out and protest, the Supreme Court decision to, kick Roe v. Wade back to the states. Why are they doing that? Because that show in Gilead is their worst fucking nightmare. Why? Because it's a political, social means of tyrannical control of what? Controlling what? Controlling their bodies, controlling their choice of who they reproduce with. We don't have it. We don't have anything like that for men.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that for men. You know what men do when that happens? They kill motherfuckers. That's what they do. They will kill themselves, kill their wives, kill their kids, and kill the guy kill the guy who's the cheating guy. I saw this one video of this guy. It was horrible. I was going to use it, but I can't. It was this guy who was making his commentary on this guy who was got caught cheating on this guy's wife, and the dude just gunned it, pow, pow, pow. Guy was still alive, like emptied the fucking magazine or emptied the clip into him. It's like, and they're like, that's, you cheat on, this is the risk you run. And I know that guy's going to jail, obviously, for fucking cold-blooded murder. But why would there be an impulse for that? Because I don't want your DNA in my fucking soup. Let's see. Keep going. I got one more thing I need to get to. Magos Rolo, what paint scheme for Eldars? For Eldar, do you recommend? The plural of Eldar is Eldar. What's your favorite? My Eldar are Bieltan. They're the green and white Eldar, because I have so many red armies. I have World Eaters, which are all red. I have Blood Angels, which are all red. Trying to think what else I have that's all red. Anyways, but so I'm kind of tired of doing red, so that was why I went with Bieltown for a long time. They're the green one, so yeah, that's my color scheme for my build. And they're also I like the background. I like the story. They're tragic heroes, right? I'm a sucker for tragic heroes. Mormon Church, Latter-day Saints, just this week gave women the power to be in the presidency of their Sunday school, or of their Sunday school. This is a huge change from the beginning of the church policy. Feminism is encroaching fast. Yeah, I believe it. All you got to do is watch The Mormon Wives, and you'll pick up on that. Could you talk about a little bit about white knighting, how they think, why they behave the way they do? Because white knights tend to think that white knighting is really sort of an extension of sneaky fucker game. Okay, it's identifying with the feminine. I know people love the sneaky fucker. It's the cuttlefish analogy. It's the guy who identifies so much with the feminine that he thinks that way. He's gaslit himself. It's become second nature for him. And so what happens is, whenever that guy hears Andrew Tate or hears Myron or hears somebody else, he feels it his like Christian duty to go and rebuke this guy or to come at me for whatever reason. To be a white knight is an extension, it's a behavioral, like psychological extension of the sneaky fucker identification game that guys play, because they think that if any woman that's within earshot of them defending her honor because you decided to, I don't know, reveal some unflattering fact about womankind, he feels it's his duty to go up there and tell you, well, it's not always it's not always like that. Or, men do it too. The white knight is usually a blue pill alpha of some sorts. Those are the worst kind of white knights. But the reason why guys feel like they need a white knight is because it's a form of game for them. They think that if they, by white knighting, that other women will find them more attractive because they are willing to defend and protect that woman or womankind in the first place. Like any girl that's within earshot of him is going to be attracted to him for doing that.
They're a form of chivalry.
It's a form of chivalry, yeah, definitely. But it's a form of chivalry in the sense that it is, it's still a form of game, right? That's really why, it's funny to me is like when people want to say, well, we need to bring back chivalry and opening doors for women and like walking on the outside of the street and she walks on the inside of the street and all this other stuff. Like, that's game. That's just blue pill game. Everybody has game. I don't know if you guys have heard me say this before, but every person, every guy, particularly every dude has game. How effective that game is what's really in question. Okay. Your game might be identifying with that woman and being a male feminist. That might be your game. Is that as effective as, I don't know, understanding, dominance hierarchies and getting in shape and actually running actual, mystery method game, pickup artist game? Everybody has game. Even MGTOWs even have game. I'm just going to sit here and wait until this bitch comes around. That's my game right here. Look how badass I am. You can't see that, but if you can't see that, then I don't want to be with you anyway. So I'm just going to wait.
Can't sense my aura.
Yeah, I'm here. Can't you feel my aura? Yeah, exactly. That's game. You ask a 10-year-old boy, Johnny, what do you think is the best way to get a girlfriend, Johnny? That kid knows, man. Well, you got to be your friend first. You got like everything he's ever heard or his sister say or his mom say or what somehow he learned it along the way. It might even be Andrew Tate, right? That kid knows he's got an inclination.
Some frame of reference.
Yeah, some frame of reference of how to how do you treat women right? Well, my feminist mom told me That boy knows, that little kid knows, everyone you know, even the old guy who's like, hey, women, I guess we'll never understand them. That's his game. The guy that I used this as a video on last week's show, the guy who completely debases himself and he has this self-deprecation and he's like, well, my wife, I can't believe she'd be with a schlub like me. It must be God or whatever. That's his game. His game is, I think that if I become less, she becomes more. She's going to want to fuck me more. How's that working out for you? I'm at the 8-year mark and no sex. But I know that if I keep this up, sooner or later, she's going to appreciate me. Yeah. Everybody has game. Friend zone equals emotional necessity. Friends with benefits equals genuine desire. Yes. I think not enough people realize that the flip side of friends with benefits is the friend zone. Right? It's all emotional investment with no sex, and it's all sex with no emotional investment. That's exactly how this works. I hope so. You guess next on Orion Terrorban, let me tell you the difference between friends with benefits and the friend zone. Guarantee you can have that. It's a gimme. You can have that one for free, Orion. What is the equivalent for if you are religious and you don't have sex before marriage? Okay, the equivalent. Also wanted to thank you for your work. I've learned a lot. What is the equivalent for if you are religious and you don't have sex? You mean like when you get into a sexless relationship? I don't know. I'm a little confused by your question there. The equivalent for if you are religious and don't have sex before marriage. You mean like, how do you vet for a chick? I don't know. So what's up, brother? What's up, brother? Is anybody allowed to the events? And what would be the cost for the white party and the activities if you just want to solo? Okay, so the best way you can get, I wish I had him here. Joe has the numbers break, has the money breakdown. Basically, go to Reignite Alpha or go on Instagram, Reignite Alpha, and DM Joe Marone. You just go to Reignite Alpha, and I think the price breakdown is already there, so you can check it out. I have the activity. We already have the schedule. We have the itinerary all ready to go too. So the best way you can do that is just go contact Joe on Instagram, like DM reignitealpha.com. And even women agreeing to submit at first always reserve rights to change later in a feminine primary social order. Yeah. And thank you for today's show. It was very insightful. Well, you are welcome, my American brother. And last but not least, I get blue pill guys. Jealousy is instinct and survival. Do women find jealousy attractive? If the guy's hot, they find it attractive. If the guy is like, it's one of those things like where like women will say, "Oh, we want kindness and loyalty and intelligence and humor." Yeah, if he's hot. Is a man being jealous? Is that why are women aroused by that? Yeah, if he's hot, if he's the guy that she wants that attention from, like me and Mike, like Mike does this better than I. He can tell this story better than I can, but like it's this idea that like women will say what they're attracted to or what they want, or they'll say, well, a guy who does this is really a turn on for me. And you think about what they're talking about. I mean, some behavior, right? The guy talks about this, or he mentions this, or or the way he puts something, or the tone of his voice, or whatever. Or he's got to be kind. He's got to be generous. Da 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 da. Those things that sound good. They logically make sense. The guy should be funny. Yeah. A guy should be intelligent. Fuck yeah. He should be educated. He should have money. He should have this. Like, yeah. Then why don't you want to fuck him? Because he's not hot. Because she has no arousal for that guy. And so you always have to put the caveat of if he's hot at the end of the sentence. Like all women love X if he's hot. All women like men who have dogs if he's hot and his dog's cool. Yes, of course they do. I mean, I love it. I have these. I actually have them bookmarked. They've done research. They've done research. Rolf Dengen, I'm trying to think, it might be Steve Stewart Williams has reported back on. Yeah, Steve Stewart Williams talked about this as well. Is that women appreciate humor in guys. if he's attractive. If the guy's not attractive, he's a clown. They still might think he's funny. He still might be, cool to be around, but they don't want to fuck the guy. There's a difference between liking humor in a guy and liking humor in a guy and wanting to fuck that guy. So yes, being funny and being witty and being quick with your mouth, wit, brevity is the art of wit, right? Being able to carry on a conversation and be interesting is like, there's plenty of guys I know who are just absolutely, could spend all day listening to them and talking to them. But there's no chick on planet Earth that wants to fuck them because they're not attractive. They don't get their foot in the door. There's study after study about how guys, once they get past a certain intelligence level, it's the curse of high intelligence, or the curse of high IQ. Aaron Clary wrote a book about this, okay? If you get past a certain IQ, you might be the most interesting motherfucker. I would love to sit here and pick your brain about astrophysics and do alien dinosaurs exist on other planets or some shit like that. I would love to have that conversation with you. You know who doesn't want to talk about that? Chicks. The chicks you want to fuck. Right? There's a certain threshold of intelligence that past that point, it's a deficit. It's a liability for you. What are you saying? I should dumb myself down for these girls? Yes. If you want to fuck in this case, yes, you should. Please do. You made the claim that if you have a sexless relationship for 6 months, get out. Is there any equivalent for religious relationships? Yes, it's the same thing. The same thing applies. At least read the article and you'll understand. Like, please, for the love of Christ, you're religious, but please read this article before you don't just read the title and go, here goes Rolo again. Read the article. I'm not going to respond to you if you don't have something particular in the article that you disagree with and you want to talk about. I will respond to that. If you're just going to go, boy, that Rolo's really jumped the shark. If that's okay, that's like your opinion, man. Wasn't the Big Lebowski? That's just like your opinion, man. I need a sound drop for that. I need that Lebowski sound drop. That would be a good one. That's not a, I hate to quote fucking Stefan Molyneux. That's not an argument. You're an asshole. Yes, but that's not an argument. But no, I think that I would say, is there an equivalent for a religious relationship? Yes. I hate to say that because people want to say, well, divorce is off the table. Well, then here's the thing. You're fucked. You're stuck. You're stuck at that point. Honestly, okay, maybe I should put it this way. If your religious wife can go 6 months without sex, she can go 6 years without sex. It's not that important to her. In fact, I think what a lot of guys I've heard them say is like, they'll get to that point where they become sex pests, right? That woman just doesn't want to have the conversation anymore because she's already said, hey, like I'm fine with not fucking. And I know this is one of your needs, but I don't fucking care because, or they'll say, why is sex so important to you? It shouldn't be a priority to you. It should be, spending time in the Word. It should be this. We're such an over-sexualized society, and then she'll start talking about degeneracy. She'll start talking about how things ought to be and everything else. And the fact of the matter is God made you with a dick. You get a hard on. You want to fuck. Men want to fuck. End of story. And if you can't accept that, don't get married. Ladies, I'm not talking to the guys. I'm talking to the women. If you can't accept that, don't get married. Ladies, don't get married. Don't waste his time. If you're going to just go 6 months down the line, maybe you know or you don't know. But if you get to that point, you owe it to him to divorce him. You owe it to him because you're wasting his time. If you're really like this, if you want to say, well, we shouldn't really talk. Why is sex so important? Our country and our society is so oversexed and pornography this and OnlyFans that. OnlyFans and pornography are just a contingency for you not fucking your husband. Go look at Aaron Clary's new book. I don't want a three-way with Jesus. Brilliant. Go watch the interview he did with Monica, Marriage with Monica Almaguer. He did a great show. It's not even 90 minutes, not even an hour. Great show with Monica where he explains he goes into detail as to why he wrote this book, right? ladies, if you can't look like, we always talk about guys, what are you going to do to vet your woman? Right? What did you do to vet Mrs. Tomasi, right? That's not the question you need to ask. The question you need to ask is, ladies, what are you doing to vet this guy? Ladies, do you know that this is the only guy, he's going to be sexually dependent on you for the rest of your life, because that's the contract. That's the fucking deal. So saith the Lord, that till death do you part, forsaking all others. God, let's get into the, I'm Baptist minister, forsaking all others. It's going to be like a, what you call it, what is it, Mississippi Burning. Forsaking all of those. Sound like Foghorn Leghorn. That's what you're entering into. If you can't see yourself fucking this guy until you're 75, 80 years old, don't marry that dude. You owe it to him not to put up with, not to get into this with him. You will be miserable. He will be miserable. Your children will be miserable because you don't want to. It's so simple, because you don't want to fuck that guy. Or you lose I lost the fire. He needs to this and this and this and this and this. And he was like that before, but now he isn't now. No, you knew what you were getting into. You understood the deal. Is he not somebody that you can you want to tear his clothes off the minute he comes through that door? If you can't, here's how you vet, ladies. Ladies, here's how you vet for a husband. If that guy isn't the dude who you say, man, I can't wait to fuck this guy. Man, I cannot wait to tear his clothes off. I'm going to come up with new ways that have never been thought of before to fuck my husband, my future husband, this guy. We're waiting for sex, and man, when we do have sex, it's going to be fucking great. He's going to put triplets in me every time we fuck. That's the level of intensity. If you want that guy, ladies, if you feel that you are entitled to a man who is the apex, he is elite level. He has his shit together. He looks fucking great. He makes 6 figures plus. He's got his own business. He likes puppy dogs. He likes rainbows. He has a good mom. He has a good dad. He wants kids in the future. He likes dogs. He's good fixing the car. Whatever. He's competent. He's got all of these things. He's got all these Superman fucking qualities. The only thing you have to do is fuck him like he's the guy that has all those qualities. Have sex with him with the intensity of somebody who has all those qualities. He's got all this stuff. He's rare. He's the rarest dude. He's the guy who answers this question. Is he the best I can do? Fuck yeah, he's the best I can do. You should be thanking the Lord on your bended knees every morning when you pray to the Lord. Thank you for this man. He is so good. He is so hot. He is so rich. He is so good. He is so kind. And he loves me out of all this. You're the one that should be deprecating yourself for that guy. You're the one that should not unquestionably say, yes, I will obey him. Mm-hmm. Because he's that hot. He's that much. I want him that much. If you can't say that from the rip, don't get married. That's how you should vet it. Because if you're expecting elite levels of performance from that guy in your marriage, and if he doesn't come up with that, you're not going to fuck him, then you need to be able to come up with elite levels of sexual performance for that guy as well. And not just that. You still have to have insight. There's a lot of other qualities I think that women could develop that would be beneficial. Nurturing, being a good mother. People say, "Oh, cook and clean." I don't like stop it with that shit. Okay, I don't need a woman to cook. I don't need a woman to clean. I can get freaking HelloFresh. I can if I'm an elite level guy. If I'm fucking Brandon Carter, I can afford to have a personal chef, right? I'm not saying that everybody can do that, but that's the mentality. I don't need a woman to cook. I don't need a woman to clean. Hell, I have Rolla Tomasi. I've got fucking housekeepers that come in every week, right? I didn't put my wife up to that. I mean, she does still clean, when we need it, but puts away the dishes and everything, does the laundry. Great. Okay. But, take some of the heat off her with the housekeepers. Great. Once a week, it's nice. It's nice to have it. We have dogs. I take care of the dog. I take care of the dog shit. I take care of the stuff. I take care of stuff outside the house. There's the division of labor, if you want to call it. I didn't marry my wife because she's a great cook. I didn't marry my wife because she's like, I mean, she does clean. She's good at that, right? She's like, if anything, she's like sort of like obsessive compulsive about that shit. She has a better sense of smell than I do. Like that, I know. Smells like our neighbors are smoking weed. I'm like, what? Women actually, in general, have a better sense of smell than men. Anyways, that being said, ladies, I think it comes like, no, who is telling women this? Here's how you should vet a man. And here's what if you're vetting that guy and you're expecting that level of commitment and that level of elite caliber performance from that guy, then you better be elite in the bedroom. You better be the kind of girl that merits the guy who is willing to go out there and thrive in the fucking chaos. And still, in spite of the fact that there is no such thing as an equal exchange of value between men and women, that even in spite of that, he still wants to be with you and still wants to marry you and still wants to prioritize you as part of his life, even though you could never possibly have any kind of equal exchange of value with him. And he's idealistic enough to say, I still love you. I'm still going to marry you. I don't care about that shit. If that's the case, if that's what you expect, and if that's what's being delivered, you better fucking be porn star. You better thank the Lord and all the gods in the universe, whatever, that guy is with you. That guy, you better be ride or die because he's ride or die. I don't think that's too much to ask. And is anybody in the manosphere saying this right now? Like, oh, these guys are against marriage. I'm against, I didn't see it coming marriage. I'm against guys who are just like Pollyanna, pie in the sky. I never knew she could turn against me marriage. Yes, I'm against the way we do marriage now, but I'm not against marriage as a principle or an institution. If quite the opposite. That's why I've been married for 30 some odd years. And I will attribute the success of my marriage, the lion's share of it, to my understanding of red pill awareness. And you can benefit from it too. Again, the whole thing about the article and sexless marriages and stuff like that. I'm trying to help. I'm not trying to destroy. I'm trying to help you guys live better lives. I'm trying to help you guys fucking have something else. This is pragmatism. It's not punishment. It's pragmatism. Last thing I wanted to get to, and I don't know how much time I have to get to this, but I really need to get to this now. There was we talked about it. There was an exchange, and it's fairly short. It's only 9 minutes, so I think I will do it, between Ben Shapiro and Rob Henderson. And I feel like I kind of have to, hopefully I can stick a fork in this whole stupid manosphere shit and get onto some better topics when I get out of the hospital. But let's just call this the last part of that, okay? Because I don't really want to talk about this manosphere shit, because I think I have pretty much exonerated myself and exonerated the manosphere in general, just by virtue of this shit. But there was a discussion between Ben Shapiro and Rob Henderson, who, by the way, I still like very much. I think Rob Henderson is a great guy. I think he could be an asset. Same thing with Richard Reeves, by the way. Richard Reeves, I think, is just this close to being red pill. Mike and I talked about this on Access Vegas last time. It's like there's a lot of guys who are like sort of anti-manosphere right now, are very like they're building a brand. Like Mac and Murphy is one of these guys. I want to like Mac, I really do, but it's like whenever there's like he'll come up with statistics that like I've been talking like that back up stuff that I've been talking about in the red pill for decades. And I get it. He's new on the scene, so it seems like it happened a half an hour ago. I get it. But the red pill's been talking about this for ages. Thank you for the backup. Thank you for the assist. I got it. He was talking about height recently and why women choose select for height. I agreed with him 100%. People are like going, oh, well, here's Mac and he's talking about height again. I'm like, I got to take his side on this one. He's 100% right about what he was talking about when it came to height. Is it a death sentence? Absolutely not. But I understand the mechanics behind it, and so does he. And I'm glad he did what he did about that. Great. I can be on board with Mac for a lot of things. There's people that I'm never going to be on board with just because I think their sentiment is they just have an implicit bias. But Mac's not one of those guys. So sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I see him like attacking the manosphere just for the sake of attacking the manosphere for brand building. And then when he does, I'll tell you it's funny. It's like when Mac and Murphy does nuts and bolts studies that here's what we researched. 9 times out of 10, I can get behind it. It's when he goes, well, those Manosphere red pill guys are wrong because body count is XXX, right? Why not just say, here's body count and like leave the Manosphere out of it? Because I will guarantee you that the guys that you think are your enemies will back you up. You'll get more people to follow you. You'll brand build more if you can find sort of a coalition, if you can find like a points of agreement. Like people keep saying, well, Rolla's going to debate so-and-so. I don't do debates. Like people want me to debate like Andrew Wilson. I will be the most boring debate in the fucking world because we agree on like probably 85, 90% of shit as it is. You know, and then the stuff we don't, it's just a matter of perspective, right? It might be just a religious thing. But we pretty like, that's why people call him red pill. He says, I'm not red pill. Like, red pill adjacent, you know. But it would be boring as fuck. But the thing is like I can get behind what he talks. Like Andrew Wilson had my back with the whole Lauren Southern and Destiny thing. I will never throw him under the bus because of that, because he's always been cool with me on that. So it's just those things. God damn it, dude. What's up? Oh, Miguel has decided to show up.
Decided?
Is it time? Is it time already? Oh my God. Miguel has decided to show up. Oh man.
I had to visit Swallow tomorrow.
I guess I got to get out. Oh, what is that? Oh, she's got the liquor. Oh man, it must be Moon Gang. we got two handles of like what? Tequila and vodka. Yeah, that means Moon Gang's coming up next. Oh Jesus. Okay, you want to see that clip? Okay, I'm going to show you the clip of the Ben Shapiro clip. Here, I got it to you. Please show me the Ben Shapiro clip. When is it? Do I have it on here? Oh, it's not in the intro. It's in the podcast one. Hang on, man. One moment, please. One moment, please. Oh, God, this guy pissed me off so much. Oh, God. You know, I got to show you this one first. Sorry.
For much. So if you don't want to go give it to him, he'll go find a 21-year-old that will.
That's disgusting.
You know, you're talking like because you've never been married. There's so much more.
This guy's called Papa Gut.
Yeah, he's a big Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
More to a relationship than just the physical side of it.
That's it. That's all that needs to be said about
This is all that needs to be said about this dude right here.
Myron. Myron is crying because Louis didn't put his entire 17-hour podcast. What else do you need to fucking say when that is what it boils down to? You are a 35-year-old man that doesn't have a long-term relationship. You're a...
I'm sorry. I am a soon to be 58-year-old man with a 30-year relationship and wrote the book that fucking Myron sources for a lot of the stuff that he talks about. Let's be honest. You're not coming to me. You're not asking me to talk about it. You don't want to have a conversation about it. You would rather rant on your overweight beard cast. Beard cast.
Fucking loser. And you're trying to give advice about how men can be with women. You are...
Does that mean I can? Does that mean I get to do it now? Cool. Awesome. Fuck. Thanks, bro.
By like every account of fucking worthless. You don't know what it's like to be with a woman or
yeah, I kind of do.
To satisfy a woman. You go on and on and on every single day. Talk.
He does that. You don't know how to satisfy one. Shouldn't she satisfy me? Like, why do we start with that?
About how women are fucking bad. And you want to know what? Women are bad. 99% of them suck. And you want to know what? 99% of men suck. And you want to know
I guess we shouldn't do anything then.
Why? Because men and women suck unless they are a cohesive unit that respects the other person equally. That's the whole thing. That's what
respects the other person equally. What did we just say, children? You will never have an equal exchange of value between men and women.
He only fucks for her pleasure.
Yes. This guy, you want to, okay, so put me back in real quick. You want to know when I talk about mental point of origin and how guys automatically put women as the first thought that comes into their head. That's how you get this. That's how you get this Papa Gut, Papa Roach, whatever his name is. Saying on there. Nice Fallout juice. Oh, that's cool. Right on.
I've been with myself my entire life. I trust myself more than anything else because I know my personal experience. And every single time I interact with the world, that experience is dominating the decisions that I make in every single capacity. I met somebody.
This guy's going to like hyperventilate. I think he's going to stroke out.
That I trust enough. So when I don't understand why they're right, I will still listen to them and take that into account 50-50.
That is why you fail, my friend. And that is why you fail.
And I will see what happens, and the outcome is positive. This person's good for me.
I'm going to go on a limb here. I just thought of something. I just came up with a new concept. The more overweight the dude is, the more 50-50 and egalitarian the guy has to be. Right? The more that guy looks like he doesn't fuck, the more he subscribes to the 50-50 egalitarian ideal. That because they have to. Because if they don't, the union doesn't work.
Lean is law.
Lean is law. If that dude, let me tell you something. If that dude made more money, hell, don't they say that that's how you stay out of you avoid a sexless marriage? You be in shape and you make more money and you be more socially savvy or whatever else. But the more fat you are, and the more loser you are, and the more less money you make, and the more 50-50 you are. It's a mating strategy, right? I put him on here again.
I love them, and they weren't judging me. They just wanted me to be better. It's about finding somebody that you don't have to combat with when it comes to things, specifically when it comes to intentions. My wife.
Okay, your intentions will always be do better, perform more. It's performance. Performance, like people want to say, like, men are like deal with life or deal with social society, whatever, in dominance hierarchies. No, they deal in performance hierarchies, and that performance hierarchy extends to your marriage as well. You will never be in a 50-50 relationship. Again, the minute there's a home invasion and you got to go downstairs with the Glock, guess what? 50-50 flies out the fucking window. Who's responsible? Whenever somebody says it's masculine response, I wonder what this guy would say if he was like listening to like Matt Walsh talking about like masculine responsibility or godly masculine duty or something. Would he say the same thing? Because it should logically be the flip side or the antithesis of what Myron's saying, right? Would you say that? Do men not have a masculine duty? If that's the case, then you don't believe in 50-50.
Wife and I argue, but we don't have to combat on our intentions with each other. And it's a historical thing where you just consistently see patterns of a situation happening, one of you two having the prevailing narrative, and then you being right in some capacity. Like mixing your two life experiences together for a more positive, productive outcome. That is what a marriage is about, fundamentally speaking. If
I can confirm with you right now that, is marriage and men and women are better together than we are apart? Yes. Do we have complementary roles? Yes, but those roles are different. And the other thing is you're never going to get past the fundamental reality that there will never be a equal exchange of value between men and women. Cannot happen. That's why. So I was going to say, is guys like this. So I wanted to throw that one on there. It actually goes a little bit longer, but you get the gist of what the guy says. So the guy's pissed. Oh, here's what the Manosphere is really all about, right? Okay. I think I have this video file here on. Is it on the? Might be on the desktop here. No, that's not it. Let's see which one it is. Shapiro. No, not that one. Papa Gut. Really? No, not that one. No, not that one either. I put it. Sorry, I have it here, but I don't know if I have it in the right folder. Hang on. Is that it? No, that was the Richard Reeves one. Hang on, it's got to be in this one. Oh, is this it? Yeah, okay. There's why. The reason I couldn't find it is because it's titled "Facts Mogging the Manosphere." That's well done. Well done, Ben Shapiro. Here you go.
Be rich. You can be famous, and you can have hot women hanging on your every word, lavishing their attention on you, demanding nothing from you in return. All you have to do to get all of this is to give the Manosphere your money, your brain, and your soul. We're living in the middle of a gigantic online op. It is an op designed to suck young men dry and leave them broken and stupid. It makes their lives actively worse.
Okay, so we're already off to a a running start here, a fantastic start here. Okay. We've already started the straw man. We've already gone to what is it? It's argumentation ad absurdum. We're already at the absurdum part right here. We're tilling the fields so you guys won't think that the Manosphere actually has anything beneficial to it whatsoever. It's just one big swindle. It's the great rock and roll swindle. It's the great Manosphere swindle.
That op is called the Manosphere, and it's time to wake up to their matrix of evil. This is the Ben Shapiro Show.
Evil.
And folks, remember, if you are watching on the Daily Wire site or app, then you can actually join the live chat and ask me questions in real time during the show. That's only if you become a member. So if you're watching this elsewhere or listening elsewhere, again, head on over and become a subscriber. Well,
I love how he proceeds. These guys are trying to get you to subscribe to their manly men thing. Hey, oh, by the way, you can subscribe.
Speaking of our friends over at the All Access chat, I was informed by some of you, and again, this is just another reason why you should subscribe so you can tell me what to watch and cover, that I ought to watch the Netflix documentary from Louis.
So let me get this straight. You think that when the Manosphere does a subscription thing, it's the axis of evil.
Wait, hold on. Let me put the evil voice on you.
It's the axis of Manosphere evil. Give me your money, you insecure manlets.
There you go. Oh, okay. Keep going.
Louis Theroux called Manosphere. So I did.
It's called.
And to be real, it didn't really tell me anything I didn't know, but I'm glad it's illuminating a far broader problem. The crisis of men without proper guideposts and durable moral institutions being ushered into a world of stupidity and immorality.
Okay, so what would those guideposts be? Like, there's never anything concrete. I have a post coming up on Substack. I have to write something about this, right? I got to give some angle to this whole Manosphere debacle that's been going on, right? I've got to say something because everybody has some opinion about it. Everybody's got some shit to say about it. Okay, I get it. I understand. You know, it's hype. It's hypeable content. Got it. My take on it is going to be this. What are you going to do about it? What are your plans? I just had Joe Marone in here. I told you what we do in Reignite. I can tell you exactly 100%. I can give you concrete steps and the things that I do and the group that I work with and what we talk about, everything. I'm happy to have you come in and watch what we're doing. I'm happy to have you there for the exercises or the talks or the fucking fishing trip. I'm happy to have you do all that stuff. But you know what? You cannot say is that I'm not doing anything for you. These guys don't like. What is it? What's the virtue? The pillars of virtue that they're missing. It's always this ambiguous, subjective bullshit because it sounds good. It's truthy bullshit, is what it is. There's never any explanation for it. There's never any objective definition for it. And it's just. By the way, that's exactly what the left does too. What is a woman? Well, a woman can be anything you want it to be. Well, okay. Well, what? Okay. Okay, that's subjective horse shit. What do you expect men to do? Like, what is masculinity? Right-wing guy. Where do young men get? Who would be a good masculine role model that isn't Andrew Tate? Like, who would be better alternative for that? I asked that question actually on Twitter. Nobody can give me an answer. The Rock? I don't know. Nobody has any answer for that.
Grifters and liars who traffic in lies, spiritual emptiness, and outright grift. So, in this documentary, Louis Theroux talked with a series of Manosphere influencers.
Who? Once again, who? And I know we already know who's in the Manosphere documentary. We know who it is. But he's talking about the Manosphere in general. Who? Give me fucking names and don't name anybody in this show. Sneeko? No, he's not part of the Manosphere. HS Tiki-Taki? Maybe a little bit. These guys are not representatives of the Manosphere. This is what you are allowed to see. This is the most ridiculous circus level monkey show bullshit people who you can possibly, excluding maybe Myron, who knows his shit, right? But it's just sensationalism is what it is. And you're going to say this is the standard, right? I want you to Ben Shapiro, if you're watching this, I want you to give me fucking names, and it can't be Andrew Tate, and it can't be any of these guys. Give me another name. Any fucking name will do. You can my name, Mike's name, anybody. Give me a fucking name, and I will prove you fucking wrong every single time.
One young man who calls himself H.S. Tiki-Taki, not his given name.
Oh, really?
Amru Fudel, a.k.a. Myron Gaines.
Okay, so now we're gonna use real names. Got it. Keep going.
Nicholas Ken DeBlalenthesy, that would be Sneeko.
I love how that would be Sneeko. Oh my goodness.
And Justin Waller.
Who you've had on your show, who Michael Knowles has interviewed at the studios in Nashville at the Daily Wire. You know damn well who he is.
Didn't actually get the godfathers of the Griff the Tate brothers on film, but he didn't really have to because all these folks are running the same scheme.
Oh, they're all running the same scheme. They're all elite. They're all running the same scheme, the same level. Get the fuck out of here.
Here's how the scheme works. First, they tell young men that they are failing at life. And then they tell young men the reason they are failing at life is not because of anything they're doing per se.
How about this? How about the guys already think that? Because I was just looking, I've got the, where did it go? I've got this, I just came across this recently. It was on Twitter. They're doing, I think it was IFPS, or International Family Studies, IFS Studies. And they were saying they did a poll of, a generational poll of guys and saying that they, Gen Z in particular, I think, felt like they were failures in life. It wasn't because the Tate said that they are failures. They were already there. They're already feeling like this. They're already this male loneliness epidemic, this failure to launch shit. They don't need the Tates to tell them to feel like that. They're already there, man. It already happened. It's already there because of feminism, because of female empowerment, because of gynocentrism, all the stuff you guys don't want to address. They're already primed. They don't need Tate to convince them of that. You've got programs in the UK right now trying to convince boys as young as like 12 or 13 years old that they are misogynists to begin with, and we got to make sure that we like crush that out of them. We want them to be soft, pliable, effeminate, effete, whatever boys who become soft men. But that's why are you not saying that they're doing the same thing? Like where's the criticism for that? It's nowhere, because it doesn't fit the narrative. The narrative is these are the bad guys and these are the boogeymen.
But because of the Matrix, a system of power, usually run by the Jews, that's out to get them. That system.
I had to throw that in there.
Is what?
Oh wait! Hold on. All right, I don't want to do the whole thing.
It's depriving them of women, of money, of social mobility. Third, these men act transgressively and provocatively. They violate all social stigmas and then seem magically to achieve all of the things the Matrix has placed off limits to young men. Fourth, they inform young men that they too can have all of these wonderful things, the hot women and the nice cars and the big houses, if only they join a fake university or some BS stock trading app or donate money to the Kickstream. And finally,
yeah, he was right about that. Like the Tate brothers did involve themselves in that Forex scam. I ain't gonna lie. I'll give you a point for that. He must know about that. I need to fast forward this through here a little bit because I want him to get to the part where, because he's gonna just basically tear these guys a new one. I want to get to the part where he is talking to Rob Henderson right here. This is where the shit really comes in, right? Okay, he has to pitch his sleep thing here.
Impact in the Manosphere. There's been a lot of talk about it's not really that many people or it doesn't really make a big difference. I got to say that this plays into sort of a broader question about whether online is reality. And I think my answer is online is not reality, but for a lot of young people, online can in fact become reality, and increasingly online is bleeding over into reality.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think a lot of the concerns are overblown, but the lexicon and some of the ideas are spilling over into real life. There was a very interesting survey recently which asked representative samples of young men who do you consider to be someone to look up to? And it listed, famous figures like LeBron James and others, but then also, Elon Musk, but also people like Andrew Tate and Manosphere figures. And
what Manosphere figures? Rob, what Manosphere figures? You said Andrew Tate. We got that covered. Andrew Tate and other Manosphere figures. Who? I know exactly what he's referencing to. There is no other Manosphere figures that are on there. In fact, he couldn't name one if he tried. Why the fuck will these guys try to pretend like they know what the fuck they're talking about when they can't name names? They can't say anything. They have there is basically nothing there. Yes, exactly. Here we go. Wait, I'm trying to figure that. I don't know where. Oh, there it is.
Say my name.
Exactly. They won't. They don't want a conversation. They want straw men. This is Rob Henry. And by the way, I'm disappointed in Rob because I like Rob. But man, come on, man. Have a conversation. Talk about this shit. You won't. Ben Shapiro will not have this conversation. Rob Henderson will not have this conversation. Hell, Joe Rogan won't have this conversation. All these guys, these people who you want to say or you want to claim are part of the Manosphere, right? Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, and Jordan Peterson, they're all part of the Manosphere. Really, Jordan Peterson, who is licensed to Daily Wire, he's part of the Manosphere, according to the MSM. He shouldn't be too tough for you guys to get. He's right there in Nashville, right? Nope, don't want to have that conversation.
This is good news that the Manosphere figures were towards the bottom in terms of how likely young men were to look up to them or think of them as role models.
Manosphere figures, plural. Who, Rob? Who is at the bottom of the list?
But still, if you interact with Zoomers, young men in everyday life, you will hear them use phrases like mogging, Chadopoly, Stacey's, a lot of the sort of language that you hear from Manosphere influencers.
Who? Besides Clav, would you say Clav is in the Manosphere? Maybe he is now.
I guess now he's going to be regardless grouped in.
Can we get okay? Other than Clav, who else is using this mogging and stuff? Who has raised the awareness of mogging in popular culture? No one. Let me continue here.
So even if they're not directly consuming the content, it is sort of spilling out through social media and then into the real world.
Rob, one of the things that's really...
All right, so I'm going to actually take that out there. That's good. All right, so that is Rob Henderson's appearance. I think there's more to it on there and everything. I don't think I need to keep going on with this that much more because the long and the short of it is this, it's the same thing I've been talking about forever. I pull the same shit with Chris Williamson. I pull the same shit with Steve Bartlett. I pull the same shit with Tom Bilyeu. And these guys will literally do shows with, James Sexton and then forget that they did shows with James Sexton, right? I think these are the guys who will do a show with James Sexton. He will mention me by name and he will mention Mike by name, and they will literally cut out that part of the interview because they don't want our names. Why? Why am I the most I am far more dangerous than Andrew Tate is. You know why? Because you don't get to hear my name. They won't tell you my name. They won't tell you Mike's name. They're talking about it. Other people are talking about it. Other people know who I am. I'm the first guy in the Manosphere that ever interviewed Andrew Tate back in 2017, 2018. I think it was right after the 2017 21 convention. That's when he started to become a come. He was just some kickboxer that everybody liked back then. He wasn't like the Andrew Tate that we know now. He wasn't like the international terrorist that the UK wants to turn him into, right? He wasn't Andrew Tate then. He was Andrew Tate, the kickboxer guy. He was not who we think of as Andrew Tate. I'm the guy. Everybody, Rich Cooper did after that, and I'm sure Anthony Johnson, some other people did actually. And he was very much involved in the Red Pill side of things, and he was very much involved with Ivan Throne's Feast of War. I remember those get-togethers. In fact, I would argue that I'm pretty sure that's what gave Andrew and Tristan the idea of doing the War Room in the first place, because it was like a meetup that Ivan Throne, who was part of the community back then, was doing. You don't even know who he is. You don't know who I'm talking about. Was it Jack Murphy? Nobody only you remember the beard, but do you know who Jack Murphy is? Oh, he was part of the Manosphere too, at least for a time. No, nobody says shit about that guy anymore. No, because nobody knows those things. Nobody has that kind of history. Nobody understands this shit. Nobody wants to have a conversation with me or Mike because they're afraid, not afraid of losing their audience. They're not even afraid that we would break their narrative. They're afraid that people would listen to us and like what we had to say. And maybe we have something because we're rational, we're reasonable. We're not trying to be in your face with it. We're not saying, hey, here's my Lamborghini and my hot chicks. No, we're not doing that. I'm working with guys because I don't want them to put a noose around their neck or put a gun in their mouth. I'm working with guys who are rebuilding their lives and reignite. Mike is working with men of action. How come we don't get the call? How come the guys who are actually doing something, materially doing something, and instead of just raising awareness, how come we don't get the call? Who are those other Manosphere people that you keep talking about? Do you think there's some mass proliferation of Manosphere influencers or something? I know. You can only name maybe a handful of them. And you sure as shit won't name me. Sure as shit won't talk about the guy who wrote the Bible of the Manosphere, the guy who wrote the Bible of the Red Pill. All of these guys, and Myron will probably tell you the same thing. I can remember when Myron was part of Rule Zero in 2020, 2020. That was before Fresh and Fit. He was part of Rule Zero. He was part of my fucking panel, right? And when you look at from January 2021 all through 2022, there was not a month that I wasn't in Miami. I was constantly flying back and forth to Miami. I was helping them out. I was helping Patrick Bet-David out with Valuetainment and Adam Sosnick and Jedediah Bila. Jedediah Bila completely changed her format because I went on her show. She even says this several times. That's why we're really good. I'm family friends with Jedediah Bila, right?
This is how they disenfranchise it.
Exactly. They still, and it's like, I can't expect them to be like, psychics or something like that. But the thing is they don't care. This is just, it's bullshit. It's just straw manning and bullshit so that they can feel good. They just want eat cheap and easy content right now. Everybody else is doing it. Let's do it too. I'll tell you this. I'm going to put here at the end here. I got to put out one challenge once again. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Rob Henderson. I would love to talk to Rob Henderson. You want to have a real substantive conversation. If you care about this so much, if you want to back up your convictions and say, these guys are evil, literally you said that, these guys are evil. Name the format, name the platform you want to go on. Come here, I'll go on whatever podcast, I'll go on Fresh and Fit, I'll even come out to you. Me and Mike. If not me, then go talk to Mike. I don't care. If you think I'm an asshole, Mike's not an asshole. He'll talk to you. He'll talk to anybody. Talk to him. You won't have that conversation. Why won't you have that conversation? If you're that impassioned about it, if you think these guys are being taken advantage of, if you think that they need to get back to this masculine virtue and everything, why not create a forum? Why not have people come to like a convention center somewhere and have all you guys get together and we have a live studio audience and you live stream it and everybody can talk back and forth about it. You won't do that because you're not about it. You're not about this. You're not about saving men's lives. I'm not saying these guys are. I'm not even saying Tate and the rest of these guys are necessarily are. I will say this, that the Manosphere has been a net benefit to men. And that's what you're afraid of. What you're afraid of is that men might get together and they might have ideas that go against a female gynocentric social order. That's what you're worried about. You're worried that you might be wrong. You're worried that men actually might be getting together and organizing. That's what you're worried about. You're worried that they might find solutions that you don't find morally acceptable or you don't find like socially acceptable because it would not solve the problems of women, but it would solve the problems of men. That's what you're worried about. And that's the whole thing. You want to know why the Manosphere documentary exists in the first place? It's because they're worried. They are scared. They are fearful. I smell fear. I smell fear. And that's basically what it comes back down to. And so, me and Mike have been talking about this recently. We're going to be on Fresh and Fit when we go out in Miami in May. Have these conversations. But by the way, if any other Manosphere guy wants to have this conversation, let me know. I'll host it here. You can come to Vegas or I will just do it via StreamYard. I don't care. I am more than willing to have this conversation right now. I will not back down from shit right now because I know what it's about. I have the background. I have the history. I'm the professor of Manosphere history. And you guys simply don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about the issues. You don't want to talk about hypergamy. You don't want to talk about the nature of women, the nature of men. You don't want to talk about, the social implications, the political implications. You don't want to talk about the religious shit. Don't want to talk about the religious implications. You don't want to talk about economic implications. You don't want to have those conversations because they're difficult. You're afraid of you're afraid of those questions. You're afraid somebody might try to answer those questions. That's the problem. You offer nothing. You offer no solution. Only ambiguities. Only subjective shit. You are no better than the people who can't tell you what a woman is. You guys are literally the same. Remember that what was her name? Dr. Vizek or whatever her name was. It was getting hit by Josh Hawley, the senator, and saying, "Oh, well, we can't tell you whether or not men can be pregnant or not." That's you, just in a different fucking context. You don't want to have that conversation. Well, of course they are. Well, the thing is you don't want to have a conversation about the manosphere. You don't want to have a conversation about what a way forward. Even Richard Reeves, who again I have a lot of respect for. I think he's really close to becoming a red pill. But the thing is he just can't get that push over the edge, because to do so would mean he would have to reflect on his own identity. He would have to say, well, yeah, maybe these guys were. He would have to admit that maybe these guys were fucking right, and they will never admit that because it goes against their thing. Yes, thank you. These righteous guys just want us back on the plantation. They don't want men to get better for the sake of men getting better. They want men to get better so they can solve the problems of women, so that they can have reaffirmation for their religious and political and sociological ideologies. That's why. That's why they're upset about this shit. You made a claim that if you have a sexless relationship for 6 months, get out. Is there an equivalent for? Oh, I already got that. We already got to it. All right, guys. I got to get out of here. Moon Gang's next. Any questions? I will be in the hospital on Tuesday. Well wishes, prayers to all the gods in the universe will be great. I should be okay. They're just reconnecting me back up. It's a very simple procedure. I'll be done. Like my surgeon, Dr. Chan, says it'll be like 90 minutes tops. But I do have to recover. I still have to button me up, and they have to sew me up and everything. And I'll probably be down for a little while. I'm going to be in the hospital for probably minimum of 2 days, maximum of 4 days. So I'm just going to say 3. And then I'm back in action. I can start walking around. I can start moving around. I can run. I can lift. Eventually I'll lift.
Currently acquiring those 10,000.
I can't fucking wait. By the way, I absolutely can't fucking wait. I cannot wait for the procedure. It's been a long. I remember when I came out of recovery, and they told me, "Oh, you're going to have this ostomy bag, and you have to do this, and you're going to have to do all this recovery shit, and then we're gonna button you back up in March." And I'm looking like this is. I wake up on December 24th, and now it's coming up to March 24th. I'm just like, I'm so fucking done with this. I'm so over this right now. I want to get shit done, right? And now I finally can. So that's good. Thank you for the well wishes. I will do my best to be here next Sunday. I think I might be able to. I think I'll be okay. I will try to. If I can't, I'll be doing it from my house, from my my home studio. But if not, I will be here. Thanks, Kyle, for putting up with me all day. Guys, if you want to join the Reignite group, it is reignitealpha.com. And we will be doing our Miami meetup. That will be the middle of Miami. I'll be there from Miami from May 12th through the 18th, but our event starts the 14th through the 17th. So check that out. I will be on Fresh and Fit. We're going to be on the Danza Project. We're going to go to the White Party. We're going to do the fishing trip. It's got all kinds of stuff coming on. I want you guys to be there. I want you to be a part of it. Jake Monroe has already said he's going to be there. Clavicular has confirmed that he's going to be at the Miami White Party. I don't know if you guys in the other room have heard that. But that should make for some very interesting content at that show. So anyways, guys, I will see you next week. Thanks for watching. And if you want my health updates, I'll be happy to talk to you on Twitter or Instagram. So get back to me. Thanks, guys. See you next week. Bye.
I want to cast magic missile.
top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to give me a bright light. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? Perfect. If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Every time I say he's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stepping with her head like she's Claudia Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting nasty, working up and down on your body. Run me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body.
She's not a Christian.
But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
The City Podcast has been a production of the Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2026. Don't steal my stuff.
Like, man, bro, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
Tell that bitch to be cool.
If there's any girls there, I want to do them.
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his dick.